who directly supervises the Manila Bay Coordinating Office, the River Basin Control Office, and the rehabilitation of Manila Bay, which is one of the DNR's priority programs. Furthermore, he is the supervising undersecretary for the Forest Management Bureau and Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau. He is also named as the official spokesperson of the department. To give us the keynote message from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we give to you Attorney Jonas R. Leonis, Undersecretary for Policy, Planning, and International Affairs.
Maraming salamat sa inyo. Pagka naririnig ko yung mga introduction, medyo kinikilabutan na ako kasi when I started, when I was appointed Undersecretary, that is the usual introduction that normally is given before I speak. But anyway, first things first, I would like to welcome, of course, our partner, Country Program Manager, UN Habitat, Mr. Christopher Rollo. And then His Excellency Koshikawa Kazuhiko, the Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines, represented by Excellency Nihai Daisuke, the Minister of Economic Affairs, Embassy of Japan. And from the Embassy of Japan, First Secretary, Ms. Jampi Tachikana-san. To our friends from the local government units from Davao City, Mr. Rafael Bermejo, Bantay Dagat Volunteer Association, Davao City. Can we give a round of applause to the Davao City? And then from Legazpi City, Engineer Neil Carreo, Office of the City, Centro, City of Legazpi. City of Manila, Kagawad Welma Fernandez. Kagawad Catherine Gabriel. From the City of Ormoc, Miss Maricar Betonio. Okay, meron pa bang local LGU? Meron pa ba sa LGU? Sa Quezon City, of course. Quezon City, I'm sorry. Ba't wala rin din sa Quezon City natin? Okay. Ito. Sa Quezon City, nandyan yung ating mga kasama. Sa Quezon City. And then sa Ormoc. Sa Calapan, Mindoro. Tinanong ko si ma'am kanina kung okay yung biyahe sa Calapan, but turns out to be bumpy. But anyway, of course, I would like to thank everyone for, of course, yung mga regional executive directors, regional offices, ating mga kaibigan sa office, sa region, sa Penros, and the Centros. Isang makalikasang araw po sa inyo lahat. Before anything else, I would like to extend the apology of our Secretary, Secretary Loizaga. She wants to deliver the opening remarks, but due to some urgent matters that she needs to attend to, I was asked to deliver her message for today. So if you will allow me to read the message of our Secretary. Ambassadors of Japan to the Philippines, His Excellency Koshikawa Kazuki-san, to be represented by Nihai Daisuke-san, and Jampi Tachikana-san. To our partners from the League of Cities of the Philippines, President headed by Mayor Michael Rama. Nakalagay dito, birthday niya pala ngayon. Happy birthday, Mayor. To our partners from the UN Habitat, led by Country Manager Christopher Rollo, to the officials and stakeholders of the pioneering cities, Cagayan de Oro, Calapan, Davao, Legazpi, Manila, and Ormoc, who crafted the country's first 6 plans of action on marine litter. Colleagues and friends who are joining us in this celebration physically and virtually, a happy World Cities Day to all of you. Marine litter has recently surfaced as a top global concern, with the volume of debris being carried by circulating gyres in the world's oceans, with the Philippines unfortunately having been tagged by international studies as one of its top contributors. Hindi ko alam kung maganda yon or okay yon. Although the country has yet to carry out its definitive baseline study, the marine litter issue allows us to pause and consider the consequences of multi-generational actions, rethink our current practices and day-to-day decisions, to find ways to continue leading our country towards sustainable development track. This is the reason why the DNR, through its Environmental Management Bureau, Biodiversity Management Bureau, and other offices, led a multi-stakeholder process to develop the Philippines' National Plan of Action for the Prevention, Reduction, and Management of Marine Litter, or NPOA-ML, for the period of 2020 to 2025. The development of NPOA-ML necessitated to first establish a common ground among key actors. That is, we should know exactly what we are solving, jointly trace the root causes of the problem, propose solutions considering the already existing policies and initiatives in the country, and build a consensus at how we are going to solve in a coordinated manner through a common vision. Within the government, there are many agencies and interagency bodies whose mandates encompass roles that contribute to the prevention, reduction, and management of the marine litter, including municipal solid waste management, biodiversity conservation, coastal cleanup, environmental enforcement, fisheries and aquaculture, shipping and ports management, technology, incubation and application, trade and enterprise development, social marketing and education, urban planning and design, and local level planning and programming. Non-state actors such as businesses of informal and semi-formal waste sector, non-governmental organizations, academe, think tanks, and other stakeholders likewise have solutions within their capacities that just need to be embedded into a national plan to achieve optimal impacts. And as with all global issues, the contributions of local government units and local stakeholders are critical in achieving the NPOA-ML's overall goal of zero waste to Philippines waters by 2040, and its visions of having Philippines free of marine litter through shared responsibility, accountability, and participatory governance. In the national blueprint, we enjoin our local actors to revisit existing policies and programs with marine litter lens, identify opportunities to fill in the gaps, to reduce the plug waste leakage into the riverine and marine environments, and mainstream such actions back to their sectoral, physical, and investment plans. 6 cities in the Philippines heeded the call and took the initiative to revisit their existing initiatives. Policies and plans on waste reduction and management have established city-level baselines on waste recovery and leakage, and engaged stakeholders to identify local actions that can contribute to the NPOA-ML strategies. Shortly after NPOA-ML's adoption through DNR Memorandum Circular 2021-10 on August 5, 2021, and its official launch on November 26, 2021, the cities of Legazpi, Cagayan de Oro, Ormoc, Calapan, Manila, and Davao have completed their city plans of actions on marine litter in 2022. Palakpakan naman natin yung city local government. 4 of which have already been formally adopted. Today, as we celebrate the World Cities Days, the DNR supports the conduct of this marine litter learning exchange, planning city-level actions for global solutions, to provide a platform for LGUs, NGAs, and other stakeholders to learn from each other and contribute to the strategies set forth by the NPOA-ML. It is also fitting for us to recognize the efforts of these pioneering cities to serve as local champions in localizing the NPOA-ML through local planning and mobilization, specifically the city of Calapan under the leadership of Mayor Marilu F. Murillo. Okay. The city of Cagayan de Oro, headed by Mayor Rolando A. Uy. Okay. The city of Davao, with Mayor Sebastian Z. Duterte at the helm. The city of Legazpi, led by Mayor Carmen Geraldine B. Rosal. The nation's capital, Manila, under the leadership of Mayor Hani Lacuna, and Ormoc City with its visionary local chief executive, Mayor Lucy Torres Gomez. Husband po ito ni Richard Gomez. Lastly, we would like to thank our DNR family, our colleagues in government service, partners from the private sectors and NGOs, and our other stakeholders and supporters for their contributions to developing this national blueprint and to supporting local LGUs. Much has yet to be carried out as the NPOA-ML is being rolled out and programmed with strategy cluster lead agencies. But with local efforts like these, all of us are truly inspired to see where we can make a difference too. Again, a big thanks to our local and community partners for showing us how it can be done. Happy World Cities Days once again. On behalf of our Secretary, Secretary Loizaga, a pleasant good morning to all of you.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Leones. And may we please invite you to stay on stage, sir, for a photo opportunity. And may we also invite Sir Christopher Rollo, Junpei San, Engineer Voltaire Acosta on stage. And yeah, later we will have a group photo with all of our audience who are here with us at the physical venue. Thank you. Yes, so may we also invite our city officials and representatives from the cities of Calapan, Cagayan de Oro, Ormoc, Manila, and Davao. Please join our group photo. Yes, we may go up on stage po for the others so that we could fit in the photo. Yes, please also join. Representative from Quezon City. Smile. Thank you. And everybody, siguro we can, everyone will go on stage or we will sit and take the photo. May we invite everyone to have a seat po, except for, yeah, so that we could take the group photo with our guests. Yes. Sige, sa gitna. Move forward daw po. Kindly move forward. Yan.
ka doon sa gitna namin. Kailangan mo ba?
Parang nagabot po.
Naka-true oven.
Kayo yung guard ng no plastic dictator. Kayo yung amin. Kunin ko naman yung mobile mo.
Maraming salamat po for everyone's participation in the group photo. Iba pa rin po talaga no kapag physically present. So yung mga nasa Zoom po natin, screenshot na lang po tayo para kasama po tayo sa group photo. But again, our sincere thanks to Attorney Jonas Leones for sharing your time and a wonderful message that truly inspires us to continue the work that we have been doing. And not only us at the UN Habitat, but thank you for acknowledging the work of our cities who have truly worked very hard. Kami po ay witness of how hard they have worked to bring this all together and finally pass their city plans of action, di ba?
Tama. And that's very, very fruitful
Yes.
process na pinagdaanan ng ating mga pilot cities
Yes.
sa pagbuo nitong city plan of action. And maraming salamat po sa DNR for appreciating the work that our city partners have done.
So for the first part of our program, we will learn the strides that we have been making. Siguro a little elaboration on what Yusek Leones has began telling us about, no? That we have been making as a country in achieving zero waste to Philippine waters by 2040. So to give us an overview on the milestones, updates, and upcoming initiatives on the rollout of the Philippine NPOA ML, may we call on stage Ms. Juvie Serafin, the head of the Solid Waste Management Division of EMB, representing Director William Cunyado of EMB DENR. Palakpakan po natin.
Good morning, everyone, to the Embassy of Japan Ambassador and to our partners from the UN Habitat, and of course, our DENR Undersecretary, Sir Jonas Leones, and of course, our Assistant Secretary for Solid Waste Management and Local Government Units Concerns, Attorney Darius Amnister. So I will be providing input or updates on the implementation of the National Plan of Action for the reduction, prevention, and management of marine litter. So, as a background, studies were conducted by several international agencies and organizations that provided us a picture of the global scenario on marine environment. The most infamous of which was the study in 2015 that highlighted the Philippines as the third largest source of marine plastic litter. So, nakakalungkot po yun. And another study conducted in 2020 ranked the Philippines as the 7th in the world that inadequately managed imported plastic waste. So while international studies have raised the marine litter issues, the Philippines has yet to carry out its as what Yusek has mentioned earlier, we still have to carry out a definitive baseline study. And this naman paved the way for the development of the National Plan of Action for the prevention, management, and reduction of marine litter. So in addition to that, on June 4, 2021, there's a report from an Esquire magazine reported the result of the study that more than 1,000 rivers account for 80% of global riverine plastic emissions in the ocean done by the Ocean Cleanup. So it was a nonprofit organization based in the Netherlands. And the study shows that several rivers in our country were identified as one of the top rivers that are polluting or leaking plastic wastes in the ocean. So, however, this also paved the way for the development of this NPOML, and we are proud to inform everyone that the Philippines has now the National Plan of Action for the Prevention, Reduction, and Management of Marine Litter. And the overarching goal of this NPOML is zero waste. It is quite ambitious, but with our collaboration and cooperation, we can achieve this. It is a zero waste Philippines waters by 2040, and it supports the vision of the Philippines free of marine litter through shared responsibility, accountability, and participatory governance. Okay. So the NPOML has been clustered into programmatic cluster that consists of 6 strategies and enabling or cross-cutting strategies that consist of 4 strategies of actions. These strategies and activities were proposed and screened in due consideration of specific guiding principles wherein marine litter stakeholders identified certain merits to place strategies and actions high on the agenda. So as you can see, there are several strategies that were identified, and later on, we will be presenting the specific concerned agencies or the lead agencies at the national government level that are tasked or mandated or being requested to commit to implement the specific activities so that we will achieve the goal of the NPOML. So the National Solid Waste Management Commission, for the next slide please, and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources has adopted the NPOML through the NSWMC Resolution 1441, series of 2021, and DNR Memorandum Circular Number 2020-10. Okay, so specifically in Section 5 of the DNR MC 2021, all activities and targets provided in the NPOML shall be translated into operational plans. Nagtanggalan ng mask eh. Translated into operational plans indicating the targets until 2040. So all other related plans and framework related to should be consistent with the NPOML. All the DNR offices are authorized to coordinate with the development partners, multilateral and bilateral funding institutions in the implementation and mainstreaming of the NPOML, while the plans and programs of the local government units and other government agencies concerned. So the DNR and other national government agencies, the local government units, and other development partners shall consider the goals, the targets, and objectives of the NPOML in their annual fund allocations. So under Section 7 of the DNR-MC, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting, the DNR, in coordination with other lead agencies, shall develop a system for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of the implementation of the NPOML. It is also responsible for identifying indicators to measure progress towards achieving the goals and objectives of the NPOML. So, next slide, please. So, a series of marine litter webinar was held for the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao cluster on November 15, 17, and 22 last year, 2021. So, since it was we're still in the height of the pandemic, we conducted the activities virtually. And so we successfully completed this 101, Marine Litter 101. And on November 26, we're able to launch at the national level, then POA-ML in Tacloban City. So congratulations to Tacloban City and Region 8 for hosting the launching of the POA-ML. Okay. So next slide, please. And so for this year, on June 1, 2022, the EMB director directed all the EMB regional offices to conduct the regional launch of the NPOA-ML during the regular IEC summits, mainly to cascade the goal of the NPOA-ML to the stakeholders by conducting its regional launch. So to mobilize the EMB regional offices and concerned regional cluster lead agencies in communicating the NPOA-ML to the stakeholders. So we cannot do this alone at the central office, and the role of the EMB regional offices are very crucial in engaging the NGA cluster leads at the regions and the LGUs with their areas of jurisdiction for the plan to be effectively and efficiently implemented at the local level. So that is why we are very grateful to the UN Habitat that you're able to create models of the localized NPOA at the city level, the POA-ML. So we hope that it will be adopted and replicated by all cities and by all municipalities in the country so that our stakeholders may have a better and livable communities. Okay. So the next slide, please. These are just some photos of the events conducted by our regional offices nationwide. So all the 16 EMB regional offices conducted the regional launch within June to October of 2022. Okay. So last month, so we conducted the first face-to-face interagency assessment and programming of the activities for the implementation of the strategies in the NPOA-ML. And in compliance with DMC 2021-10, it aims to determine the accomplishments of the cluster leads and its members relative to their assigned strategies to determine ongoing activities for CY 2022 and way forward, including their short, medium, and long-term goals and targets. So among the agents present, of course, the DNR, represented by our USEC for solid, ASEC for solid waste management and local government units concerns. And of course, we have the BMP, part of the DNR family, and then DA, Department of Agriculture. We have the ICT, Department of Finance, DOST, DILG, DTI, LCP, Marina, MMDA, NCWC, NEDA, PCG, PCOO, PIA, PPA, UP, our development partners, UNDP, and of course, may bonus pa tayo. Engineer Voltaire Acosta considered our request for the presentation of the CPOA-ML, updated of the UN Habitat within the national government agency. So, thank you very much for that. And again, we would like to congratulate the cities, the Cagayan de Oro City, Calapan City, Davao City, Legazpi City, City of Manila, and Ormoc City. And now we have Quezon City here. They will be developing maybe their city plan of action for the, in relation to our NPOA-ML implementation. So, next slide, please. So we can see here, there are several strategies that have been presented already earlier in the video and in previous presentation or speech by the USEC for DNR. And we would like to inform you that at the EMB level, at the EMB central office, our offices were also assigned specific strategies. For example, in strategy 1, the establishment of science and evidence-based based on information on marine litter, the ERLSD, or the Environmental Research and Laboratory Services Division, were tasked to coordinate with the cluster leads so that they're able to implement or monitor the commitments and targets. And then for strategy number 2, mainstreaming circular economy and sustainable consumption and production initiatives, it was tasked with the Solid Waste Management Division, as well as the strategy 3 and 4, the enhancement of recovery and recycling coverage in markets, prevent leakage from collected or disposed waste. So the Solid Waste Management Division will be coordinating with the lead agencies. And then for reduction of maritime sources of marine litter would be water quality management section. Enhanced policy support and enforcement for marine litter prevention and management, that would be our planning division and Office of the Assistant Director. And then development and implementation strategic and targeted social marketing and communications campaign using various media, that would be tasked with the education, environmental education and information division. And for enabling sufficient and cost-effective financing and other institutional resource requirements for the implementation of the NPOA-ML, that would be again with the planning and Office of the Assistant Director. And lastly, for strengthening LGU capacities and local level implementation of NPOA-ML, that is tasked with the Solid Waste Management Division, EEID, and the Water Quality Management section. So that would be our brief update on the status of the NPOA-ML. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Juvie. May we request for you to stay on stage? Maraming salamat po muli, Ma'am Juvie Serafin, representing Director William Cunyado of EMB, for presenting our strides on achieving the contents of our NPOA-ML. So, yes.
And thank you, Ma'am Juvie, for the updates. No? Nakita natin kung yung rollout, yung cascade sa regional office, and that's very important, and identification of the particular stakeholders and lead government offices. Po, siguro balikan natin yung ating mga kasama dito sa Zoom at dito sa Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife Center, Training Center ng BMB. Meron po ba tayong tanong, questions, clarifications regarding po sa update?
Thank you. Trajectory ng ating marine litter plan, National Marine Litter Plan. Well, siguro while waiting, you can just raise your hand. Yes, we have one from our
We have one
floor.
from WWF.
From WWF, Ms. Zarina. Salamat po.
Thank you. First off, congratulations po for EMB for leading the NPOA-ML. Sobrang magandang framework po to really determine our way. Lala niyo, Ma'am Juvie, lagi ko na po kayong kinukulit. So hello everyone, I'm Zarina from WWF. Siguro po it's not really more of a question but more of an update. So we have been working po on Strategy 5, and as you've mentioned, mukhang i-coordinate na lang po namin with the water and quality management area. So the Marine has also been very active po, and they started the strategic action plan on marine litter. And they tapped us to create this strategic action plan with the other. And DENR has also been very active po, and they supported us in aligning that strategic action plan to the NPOA-ML dapat naman po talaga. So we launched this together din po noong September, and we're very thankful po for your support and your guidance on that. Siguro po ang magbigay na rin ng question po, no, moving ahead po, no, the direction po ba is more on all of the cities and municipalities will be creating po their version po of the NPOA? Will that be the direction po? Thank you.
Hello. Okay. So it will be best for our country if all the cities, and not only the cities but all the municipalities will have its own local implementation of the NPOA ML. So that is the reason why we launched it at the regional level, so that our stakeholders, the local government units within their areas of jurisdiction, will be aware of the NPOA ML and that they're able to integrate the activities in their regular work program. So that is really the importance and the essence of why we conducted the regional launch, so that all LGUs will implement its a local plan of action. So that's why we are really grateful to UN Habitat na mayroon na po silang kokopyahan. Yes po. So we have several models that maybe we'll be requesting you again to conduct another maybe IEC for the regional offices po in their local government units.
Thank you, Ma'am Juvie. Thank you, Sharina. I think we have 4 raised hand in Zoom. So, sinong pagtatanungin natin mula sa virtual world?
So we have a question from Miss Sherilyn. Your hand is raised and you are acknowledged. You may unmute po to deliver your question. Okay, maybe we could move on to another raised hand. Pasay City Enro. You are acknowledged. You may unmute po to deliver your message. Your question rather.
Wala akong dito.
Yes, naririnig po kayo. Please go ahead.
Ma'am, napindot. Sorry po.
Okay. Hindi daw sila naka-raise ng hand, napindot lang. Take 2. Okay. Sige. Is anyone else raising their hand? Miss Sherilyn, or are you there po? You're raising your hand. Napindot din?
Napindot din.
Miss Maribeth, you are acknowledged, ma'am. Raising your hand. Do you have a question po?
Miss Maribeth?
Napindot din ba? Or how about Sir Jonathan? Jonathan M. Motol. Sir, you are acknowledged. You are raising your hand. You may unmute to deliver your question. Okay, sige. So maybe we could move on. Baka lahat sila napindot lang. Baka waving hi lang po sila to us here at the physical venue. That's what they meant. That's why they raised their hands. And we have another raised hand here at our physical venue. Sir Luis of WWF.
Hi, good morning. I'm Louis from WWF. Currently, we have a partnership with Manila City for the Plastic Smart City implementation. And with regards to SIPOA, we were together with the city and the HOCCI team and other NGO and government agency in developing the city plan of action against marine litter. Particularly for the WWF, other than the implementation of the projects, we are tasked to develop the monitoring platform, an on monitoring platform for the city. So yun, hindi na tayo mahihirapan on the monitoring. Well, this is not a question, rather a suggestion on the structure. Kasi merong mga may mga coordinating or ano bang tawag natin doon? Mga lead. Sana ang doon sa mga may mga multi-stakeholder players, sana naging ma-involve din yung doon sa coordination level, yung mga non-governmental organization. Kasi may malaki din silang ginagampan ng role and to ensure the participation ng ibang stakeholders. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much po for your willingness to be part of the implementation of the NPOA-ML. So, the interagency programming and assessment will be a regular activity. So, based on what we've discussed with our planning division po, that will be a regular activity with the cluster leads kasi parang we were successful on last month in determining their current accomplishments and their targets. So for the next activities, we'll be inviting you po to participate and maybe you can sit with your specific cluster so that you can also provide inputs.
Thank you, Ma'am Judy. Thank you, Louis. I think we have one question sa Zoom. I think this will be the last for this session. Then we proceed with the city presentations. Thus, the inland cities municipality should also prepare the CPOA ML. Galing po kay Sir Jerby Reales. Ma'am.
If you actually that if the local government would like or is willing to prepare its CPOA ML or their local NPOA, local plan of action, that will be best for the local government. Since we have to really mainstream this and to implement this NPOA ML at the grassroots level po. So all the stakeholders will have its part in the implementation of the NPOA.
Thank you, Ma'am
And
Judy.
USEC
Will add, yes. Yusek Leones, we apologize. But Yusek Leones would like to add to that
Actually,
question.
ito yung nami-miss ko talaga magsalita dahil lalo sa mga... Well, gusto ko sundan yung sinabi nung taga yung Manila World Wildlife Fund. Alam nyo, nakikita natin sa mga oceans yung mga plastics, di ba? Mga sachets, yung mga plastic bottles, yan. Yun ang nagiging marine litter natin. So ngayon, in the light of our process, yung IRR ng EPR law. So we're now giving responsibility to the industries as producers to take responsibility on the waste we are generating. No? Sa mga consumer kasi, we have no choice. We have to use the commodity, pero yung waste dapat may responsibility rin in local government. It is at this point that the local government units will also have responsibility. I suggest, sa akin lang, Yubi, correct me if I'm wrong, I suggest that once we have finalized the IRR, i-connect nyo na dun sa city POA ninyo. Kayo rin naman kasi magmamonitor nito Wala namang masyadong binago sa 9003. Dinagdagan lang ng IPIN yung 9003 through this EPR law. So the monitoring of the marine plastics in your level, sabi nga ni Juby, grassroots, nasa sa inyo rin. So ibig sabihin, dapat ma-monitor in tandem with the industries in your localities. So yun. So there is no conflict between the responsibility as enshrined or provided in the EPR law, IRR, at saka 9003. Actually, ini-strengthen lang at kinlarify lang that all industries should be responsible for the waste. Kasi sila naman kasi yan And then tayo sa local government, dapat i-monitor din natin with the national government. So yun lang gusto kong i-klaro, Judy. Thank you.
Salamat po, Yusek Leones. Yes, and we have one last question from our physical venue. Yes, Sir Chris. Yes po,
Thank
please
you.
add.
Thank you, Yusek. And yung doon sa question on the inland LGUs, hindi lang naman kasi yung plastic litter affected yung riverine and coastal local governments. All local governments actually generate plastic waste and can also do something to reduce it. And therefore, important din na kasama sila doon sa national effort. And it would also be best if they can also develop their own local plan of action on marine litter, kasi may 10 strategies yun eh. So hindi lang naman lahat doon about coastal cleanup, but so many other strategies that they can contribute to achieve the national goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Chris, for that clarification. And we definitely
Yes.
agree, hindi lang naman po coastal cities ang naapektuhan ng marine litter. And yes,
and
for
definitely merong marine water or water body na vital or important for that in a landlocked municipality. So you have to determine that. You have to know ano yung
Yes.
situation niya. So that can be a jump start for the Sipowa ML for those municipalities.
yes.
Siguro, last question.
Last question
for
from
this
the floor.
session kay Sir. Kay Ma'am.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Jonas Paldon from Quezon City. Okay, suggestion lang siguro ito. Since the DENR launched a lot of strategies, we have the Task Force Manila Bay, we have the 4 thematic cluster, Pamaritsan, Manatuti, Pamaritsan, something like that. I suggest why don't the DENR organize to align all those strategies with the LLGU para mag-come up po dito sa napuwan natin. Kasi Task Force Manila Bay is also, linked or can be aligned para sa marine litters. While the 4 thematic clusters with the EMB also, ay yun din ang strategies, yung mga riverways natin. Siguro I suggest the DNR itself can kumbaga, can make as a whole plan for that para hindi tayo magkakaroon ng repetition of planning. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Alam ko kasi last na eh. So yes sir, opo. Actually, LGU is also part of the yung sa NPOML na member of of a strategy that is yung cleanup of riverine and marine environments. So, yes sir, we will also be inviting you po in the next activities. And then, yun naman pong ating ginagawa po dito sa NPOML is also what is being required of us sa RA 903, yung ating pong source reduction, segregation at source, yung separate collection. Yun din po yung nakalagay po dito. And maganda nga po yun, ma-integrate natin. Malaman din naman po natin kung ano na po na pala yung mga ginagawa dun sa mga clusters po na yun sa Manila Bay. Thank you for that recommendation or suggestion. We will consider that po.
Okay, and that concludes our question and answer for the presentation on the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter. Thank you very much, Ms. Judy Serafin of Environmental Management Bureau. And congratulations, of course, on our NPOA ML milestones. And our waiters are currently serving the AM snacks of our physical participants. So please, feel free to enjoy your snacks as we continue on with the program. Okay, so speaking of milestones, we have 6 cities, as mentioned earlier, who have reached milestones in developing the very first city plans of action on marine litter, which operationalizes the 10 strategies of the NPOA ML.
Tama yan, Isa. Kaya this morning, makakasama natin ang representative from these 6 cities to share different experiences in Sipowa ML development process. Each city will showcase the various strengths that contributed to the successful planning and initial implementation of their local action plans.
Yes, and before we move forward, we would like to acknowledge also the presence of ASEC Daniel Darius Nicer, Assistant Secretary for Enforcement, Solid Waste Management, and LGU Concerns. Good morning, ASEC. Thank you for joining us in today's event.
Morning,
And
sir.
as mentioned nga ni Sir Ben, to further enrich naman the discussion, aside from our cities that will be sharing, we also invited some partners from the National Government Agency Cluster Leads na mga nabanggit po ni Ms. Juvie earlier. On the NPOA ML localization strategy. So they will be our panel of reactors for today's presentations.
Sige. Ang una nating panelists from the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development is Director Mylene A. Rivera. Is here.
Who might be
Not
joining
here.
us later
Later?
if hopefully she could make it. We also have from the Department of Interior and Local Government joining us via Zoom, Ms. Marla Clarisol Agas, Project Development Officer 3 of the Bureau of Local Government and Supervision. So may we ask Ms. Marla to please say hi. Turn on the video ng mabilis lang so
Hi,
we could
Marla.
say hi. Hi, Ms. Marla. Nice
Hello,
to
good morning,
see you.
everyone.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
And from the League of Cities of the Philippines, Mr. Aralvin Asis. Sir.
Sir, good morning. Salamat po. Salamat for joining us. So let's do this.
Okay.
Let's kick off the city presentations this morning. So maybe we could start with Miss Elvisa Mabilin, Assistant Department Head of the City Local Environment and Natural Resources Office of Cagayan de Oro City. Miss Bing, ayan
Miss
ka na
Bing.
pala. The floor is yours, Miss Bing.
Thank you very much. Bulawanong adlaw sa atong tanan, a greeting from the city of Golden Friendship, Cagayan de Oro. So a pleasant morning, magandang umaga po sa lahat. To make a change happen, first thing first is to figure out how much different factors and trends are happening in the first place. Establishing a baseline for the waste generation, waste composition, and understanding the waste stream is essential component to have a systematic, comprehensive, solid waste management program. As the management guru, Peter Drucker famously said, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So with the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative, or HOCCI project, waste baselining is an important approach in the implementation of the project. So I would like to share with you the Cagayan de Oro City's experience in localizing and informing a global waste baselining tool. Next, please. But before that, allow me to give you a short profile of the city. So Cagayan de Oro City is a first-class, highly urbanized city in the region of northern Mindanao. It is the gateway of the region. The city is the center of business, trade, information technology, transshipment, education, and even healthcare facilities. The city has a land area of 578.51 square kilometers with 2 congressional districts composed of 80 barangays. We have 7 rivers and 5 creeks, heading from the mountain ranges of Bukidnon and empty into the Makahalar Bay. Based on the current census, the city ranks as the 9th largest population among the 33 highly urbanized cities in the country. With the recent municipalities and cities competitive index result, the city ranks as the 8th most competitive city in highly urbanized category, and we are going to be the 4th metropolitan city in the country. Next, please. Next slide. So Cagayan de Oro City has approved 10-year solid waste management plan, where our solid waste management programs on waste generation, segregation at source, collection, recovery, and disposal are anchored on. Next slide, please. Being one of the LGUs piloted for the HOCCI project, we realized the opportunities brought by the project, the improvement of the existing solid waste management system and implementation, and help achieve the waste diversion goal of the city with clear and baseline data. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So thus, the waste assessment on generation, composition, the system was conducted utilizing the Waste-Wise Cities tool, or the WACT. It is a tool that assesses the city's performance through Sustainable Development Goals Indicator 11.6.1 monitoring. So for Cagayan de Oro, the waste assessment was conducted on February 24 to March 4, 2021, covering 7 days assessment with 9 target barangays, 90 households, 24 recovery facilities, and 1 disposal facility. Next slide, please. Since the activity was done during the peak of COVID-19, as cases continued to rise that time, the city's technical team opted to perform the assessment with remote technical support from the expert. We were confident then that we can perform without the physical presence of the expert with our experience in conducting WACs in 2014. But still, series of virtual meetings, workshops, and sessions to understand the tool, the WACT tool, the process, the requirements, and the guidelines. We even utilize messaging platform with international experts to ensure better communication with them. Next slide, please. So what we did, we really ensured that the mayor had full support over the activity. So most of the communications were signed by the mayor. We believed we have the capable WACT working team and the support from the HOCCI for the equipment and the tools that will be used for the conduct of the activity. We also have a close coordination with our third-party garbage collector, and we tap our organized materials recovery facility as the waste segregator. Next slide, please. So aside from the resources, we also ensure proper coordination with the cooperators. Our team initiated a discussion with the punong barangays to present why we need to conduct the waste assessment, the objectives and the process of the assessment, and also with the target households. Next, please. So for the household waste generation and composition assessment, it was important to define the sample size of the study, since it determined the statistical significance of the results obtained. Following the toolkit, the guide suggested to sample 90 households, with 10 households from 3 survey areas from high, middle, and low income groups. However, the challenge was the absence of the disaggregated data for low, medium, and high income groups. Since it was difficult to clearly identify these areas of income groups, we used the housing types as provided in the toolkit. So the high income group are those with luxury houses, the middle with single detached houses, and the low income group are houses in slums and with single rooms. Further, we asked the assistance of the barangay to identify the households to qualify for the sampling. Next slide, please. In addition, we did a baseline survey on knowledge, attitude, and practice. This is to determine the awareness and behaviors of the household and the community related to solid waste management, particularly on plastic waste and the marine litter. So there are just the sample results of the study. The results showed that the household has high awareness and understanding on the importance of reusable bags and its impacts if not properly disposed. So this showed that the policy implemented by the city on plastic bag regulation has been embraced and practiced by the community. Next, please. Next slide, please. We have also assessed 24 recovery facilities or junk shops. So the city has no recyclers or end-of-chain recovery facility. So mostly, what is present in the city are apex and intermediate traders. So the intermediate traders receive materials from both formal and informal recyclable collection system, while the apex traders receive materials from the intermediate traders or directly from the formal and informal collection system. We also assess the capacity of the recovery facilities, the from and to of the recyclable materials, and the level of control of their facilities. So, next slide, please. So, showing you some examples of the facility that we have assessed. So based on the result, the level of control for the recovery facilities is quite low. No? Although 50% is improved, but that means the recovery facilities sa pollution control, monitoring and recording of data, it has safety measures for the workers, but the rest are have limited or basic and no control at all. So these are the sources, no? The recoveries are the sources of potential plastic leakage. For the disposal facility, next slide please. The city has a category 4 sanitary landfill. So we assess the volume of waste received at the sanitary landfill, composition of the waste disposed, and the level of control of our sanitary landfill. Next slide, please. So just showing you the activity and the data that we gathered during the sampling. Next, please. So this is the result. No, the waste flow diagram of the waste assessment conducted for the Cagayan de Oro City. The city has a generation rate of 0.38 kilogram per person per day, compared to the WACS conducted in 2014, which is 0.76 kilogram per day. So we achieved the SDG 11.6.1 target with the 92% collected and managed in controlled facilities. But the downside of the assessment was that we were not able to conduct the sampling for the non-household sources. We just used the proxy 30% data of the non-household sources. So we cannot pinpoint what non-household sources has high or low generation rates. Next, please. So this is also the Sankey diagram, which breaks down and categorizes the sources and pathways of plastic leakage. For Cagayan de Oro, the results showed that 11% of waste unmanaged, which retain on land, in water bodies, and drains, which definitely contribute to the marine litter. So overall, next please. We did implement the Waste-Wise Cities tool with remote technical support from experts. So we are the first, no, to do the Waste-Wise Cities tool on our own. Next, please. So lucky for Cagayan de Oro, we have here the Worldwide Fund for Nature. Another project was implemented focusing on the port and vessel-generated waste through the Clean Ports, Clean Ocean project implemented by the Worldwide Fund for Nature. So same, the waste analysis and assessment of the vessel waste generation, the composition, and the port waste generation was conducted. So, next please. The assessment results were used in the formulation of the Sipua ML for Cagayan de Oro City. Next, please. So just showing you how we go through with the formulation of the marine litter, city plan of action on marine litter. So that was in 2021. So we have virtual and in-person workshops. Next, please. Yeah. We have now the Sipua ML. Based on the recommendation of the technical working group, the Sipua ML, since we don't have yet the guidelines from the national government agencies, the DENR and the ALG, the Sipua ML has to be integrated in our 10-year solid waste management plan. So the City Solid Waste Management Board approved for the integration of the Sipua ML in our 10-year solid waste management plan. Next, please. So in summary, the city was able to complete the assessment and the data was used in the Sipua ML formulation. But the challenge right now is on the updating of the 10-year solid waste management plan, because the tool that we used is quite different from the tool provided by the National Solid Waste Management Commission on the conduct of the waste analysis and characterization study. So, shall the WACT assessment or result shall be used in the updating of the 10-year solid waste management plan. So that's the challenge that we are trying to trying to get help from the DENR and of course the HOCCI to harmonize the WACT result with the Commission guidelines on the conduct of waste analysis and characterization study. So that's all. Daghang salamat ug maayong buntag.
Daghang salamat, Ms. Bing Mabilin of Cagayan de Oro City. Now may we call on stage Ms. Elizabeth Abogado, Supervising Environment Management Specialist, City Environment and Natural Resources Department of Calapan City. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you po. So isang makakalikasang umaga po sa ating lahat. So, in behalf of the City of Calapan, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude and of course sa UN Habitat Philippines, kay Chris, kay Sir Volt, and to the UN Habitat team, Government of Japan, of course, specifically IGES, who supported us in conducting the WACT, and of course, the DNR, as one of the partners po sa pag-localize nitong ating SIPOA. Since po present po, ikon ko nga lang po, ano po pala, i-share ko rin lamang po na I will be presenting the experience of Calapan City. Pero po yung mga question, I would like to to introduce our city enro, Mr. Wilfredo Landicho, who is with us here physically to answer the questions both here inside the hall and at our social platform. Inunahan, Sir Bolt. Ano po? Since po, nasimulan po ng Cagayan de Oro, yung po pag-present po on how they localize the global tool. Katulad din po nila, ganun din po yung experience ni Calapan City na at the height of pandemic is we need to conduct the WACT. Medyo iba po siya sa Philippine WACTs natin at ang daming challenges na aming na-experience para po magkaroon kami ng waste flow diagram. And maraming mga experiences ang shinare para po mag-come up kami nitong city plan of action namin. So, historically po, Calapan City, as you can see in the picture, very fresh, very calm yung aming, dun muna po. So, talagang ganito po ang tunay na senaryo ni Calapan City. Opo, kami po ay part of the Verde Island Passage. So, alam niyo naman po na pinaka-richest when it comes to biodiversity globally. So, we're looking forward na mapanatili po namin ganito safe at saka po ka-healthy yung marine environment at maprotektahan po namin yung coastal resources namin. Kaya po, through the localization of the City Plan of Action on Marine Litter is hanggang next generation, hanggang sa mga susunod pang henerasyon is ganito pa rin ka-fresh at saka po ka-healthy ang amin pong marine environment as well as the coastal resources in Calapan City. So along the way of pagtatapos po ng aming plan of action, ito po yung na-identify namin. Sabi namin, ano ba, saan kami magfo-focus para po mas maipalabas, maipalitaw kung saan dapat magkaroon ng mas matinding pagtingin at ma-answer namin yung mga pangangailangan din po ng aming mga stakeholders. So, we came up na matulungan at ma-improve po yung livelihood po ng vulnerable groups namin. And ma-meet din po namin totally yung marine litter reduction, which is the ultimate goal of our city plan of action at the local level po. So, next slide please po. A simple glance lamang po, sa Calapan City, we have a total population of 145,000. At ang land area po namin is 206.2 square kilometers. Sa aming pong political division, 28 po ay urban barangays and the rest po ng 62 barangays ay rural. And ang amin pong total area sa amin pong city or municipal waters ay may kabuuan pong 31,000 hectares po. So, i-align ko lang ng konti, naglalaan po ng kaukulang pondo ang pamahalaang lungsod ng 35 million as of yung latest namin last year. Pero ngayon din, almost the same din po, na sa kakabuuan pong yan, ang tinututukan po naming mga programa, proyekto at mga activities ay natutuon po sa segregation at source, at the barangay level po, massive information campaign and to raise public awareness. And of course, gumugugol din po sa kaukulang pondong inaalat po namin dyan is of course the salaries and wages of our job order employees na kasama po namin at sila po yung pagtutuunan ng proyektong ito. Sila po yung mga garbage collectors, street sweepers, and sanitary landfill workers po namin. At the same time, lahat pa po ng mga ibang activities na natutuon po, katulad po, nagko-conduct po kami ng search for the most eco-friendly barangay, and then ang amin pong mga activities na ang partner namin is academic institution, nagko-conduct kami ng environmental quiz bee. So yun po yung mga ilan laman po dun sa mga programa kung saan mailalahad at mai-share namin yung mga strategies na atin pong na-identify sa ating plan of action. Next please. Sige po. So, si Calapan City po is a component city. Kaya nga po medyo malayo kami do sa other cities na kasama po natin. Kasi si Ma'am CDO, highly urbanized city sila, Manila. Parang kami lang po sir ang component. Ano, Calapan City? Ormoc po yata ay kwan eh. Legazpi is yata rin po, component din po. So dalawa kaming lungsod. Dito po sa kabuuan ng 6 na lungsod na napili for this HOCCI project po. So kami po yung first city po sa province of Oriental Mindoro. So mabanggit ko lang po, nasa Oriental Mindoro po kasi malimit po, saan po ba daw ang Calapan City? Napapagkamalang nasa Mindanao po kami. So kami po yung miyembro po ng Mimaropa region. Malimit pong na-experience po namin yun. Saan daw si Calapan City? Anyway, next po. So, we are the regional center po of the Mimaropa po. So, ang amin pong highlight po sa amin ay agro-industry. So, dun po sa lahat ng prosesong pinagdaanan po ng mula po sa series of online meetings hanggang teka wait po ha, hindi ko masyadong makita. Pwede po ba dito ako? So, ito po yung mga development processes and procedures na amin pong isinakatuparan upang magkaroon po or ma-finalize namin yung aming city plan of action. So, nagkaroon po kami ng through Executive Order number 103 na na-aproba ng aming then Calapan City Mayor, si Honorable Arnold Panaligan, in-establish po namin at nagkaroon kami ng technical working group para po dito sa CPOA ML. And then after the establishment of the TWG, ay nagkaroon na po kami ng series ng mga workshop. Nagkaroon ng inception workshop para po ma-determine, ma-identify lahat po ng mga challenges para po mag-come up kami with strategies sa aming plan of action. And then, of course, naging part po ang ating baselining. So, nag-conduct kami ng WACTI last March 21. Tama po ang CDO. Sila po talaga ang pioneer na nakatapos po ng baselining ng atin pong from the waste stream. And then, nagkaroon po tayo ng yung CAP din po. Right medyo sabay po tayo between April and May na na-conduct po yung ating CAP at saka po ESS. And then finally po, nagkaroon kami ng different, dahil nga po pandemic, so nagpan po kami, nakapag-come up kami ng different modules, modular workshop. Yes po, para 2 weeks po yun, para po makuha namin ang side or ang lahat ng recommendation at ma-identify namin ang mga programs from different sectors. So ito po ay through the help of IGES, nung kinonduct po namin yun last June of 2021, para po madraft na namin yung CPOA ML po namin. So yun po yung development process namin to come up with, the next slide please. Ito po, yung cluster of actions na. So, dun po sa after po nung ating mga procedures na ginawa po, na isakatuparan sa loob po ng pinaspasan natin before po, para po magkaroon agad tayo ng draft, ito po yung mga courses of action na lumabas po sa aming plan of action. Of course, yung pong baselining, ito po yung result ng aming WACT. And then, so hindi ko na po i-elaborate since ang amin po namang point of presentation today is how we're going to help the vulnerable sectors or groups in our city. So, sir, pwedeng yung last muna po. And then, nagkaroon kami ng recovery and recycling mainstreaming, as well as information campaign, lalo na po yung mga shipping companies dahil kami rin po ay isang coastal city. And nagkaroon din po kami ng IEC para sa mga fisheries waste kasi sinasabi po natin na 20% of the waste coming from the marine environment ay galing po doon sa mga naiiwang lambat sa dagat, yung mga plastic na naandun. So sa total composition po is sinasabi pong 20% ay doon po nanggagaling plus 80% ay sa land-based waste stream po natin. So in connection po, information campaign, policy and enforcement po ng aming mga local policy, we have City Ordinance number 8, yun po yung City Segregation Ordinance po, kung saan po, right from the household, ang amin pong kampanya is total segregation po. And then, naipasa yung Environmental Code, yun po yung aming City Ordinance number 48, series of 2021, kasi last December lamang po siya naaprubahan at ngayon po is kinocodify namin, tinatapos yung IRR. And then we have sustainable financing. Ito po yung pagsisimula namin sa Green Procurement Program because the banner program of our city mayor is the Green City Program. Mamaya po ipahahapyawan ko po siya. And then the Sustainable Consumption and Production Mainstreaming. We also have the collection and disposal safeguards kung saan po is from the barangay and then other sectors. Information campaign drive din po yung aming naging strategy on that. As well as yung pong aming river, of course, and the coastal cleanup, very simple naman. At ito naman po ay parte na ng aming activity dahil kinoconduct po talaga namin every end Saturday of the month sa lahat po ng barangays yung aming city cleanup activity. Ito po ay part of our activities na on monthly basis. At of course, yung social marketing po, sinisimulan po namin siya, kasabay po siya noong implementation of the Green City Program ng ating City Mayor. And of course, ang atin pong pag-strengthen po ng local actions po, of course. And then po, dahil po natapos natin yan, ito lamang mo yung mga pahapyaw na mga nung kami ay nagwakti. So, na-derive po namin yung 81 tons per day na generation rate. And then, yung framework po kasi medyo maliit. So, pero yan po yung result ng aming WACT. Nung pagkakontak po pala namin ng waste analysis using WACT. And then next slide please. Yan, ito po yung mga namin, mga procedure na rin po along the way na nagkokonda kami ng characterization and analysis ng ating solid waste. Ito po result ng ating CAP. Para po makapag, next slide please. Ayan, eto na po. So, paano po ba natin kinakuan? Sinasabing, paano natin makakapacitate ang atin pong vulnerable sector? So, dito po na-identify namin yung mga garbage collectors namin. Or yung tinatawag natin sa Tagalog, pasensya na po, dahil doon sa iba pong language, hindi po namin, baka po matulungan nyo kami kung paano namin masasabi. In Tagalog po, garbage collectors po ay paleros. So, yung amin pong unang na-identify na activity or project for this initiative po is ma-establish natin yung grupo ng aming mga garbage collectors. Bakit po? Kasi sila po yung isa sa mga partners natin na una na nakakakuha at nagkakaroon ng first-hand experience when it comes to talaga po sa plastic management. So, in-establish po namin yung Calapan City Association of Paleros Incorporated as one of the groups na kinapacitate, and sinek-register po namin siya. And then ito po yung mga series of workshop, enhancement seminars, sa tulong na rin po ng team ng UN Habitat mula from business planning para po sa mga products at saka po pag-ooperate ng kanilang mapipili pong negosyo. So, after po no series po ng mga planning workshop and enhancement seminars po, nag-came up kami with this framework kung saan po marereflect po yung anim na major outputs namin para po sa project under HOCCI po namin. Wait lang po ha, at hindi ko po. Una nga po is, in-establish namin at ginawang organization yung Calapan City Association of Paleros Incorporated, kung saan ang napili po nilang maging focus at ma-improve po namin ang kanilang state or social state po is through the junk shop establishment as one of their livelihood projects po. At kaakibat po nito is pag-identify ng mga partners nila kung saan nila pwedeng i-market yung mga products nila out of dun sa mga makukolekta nila, mabibili nila, at maima-market nilang mga recyclable products. At ang maganda po nito, nagkaroon po ng extension ang kanila pong organization kung saan naman po ay ibinilang nila or pinili nilang maging kasapi yung mga kababaihan sa ating pong sanitary landfill at ilang pong mga informal sectors po, na informal waste pickers natin na nakatira malapit po sa aming sanitary landfill. So ito pong vulnerable groups na ito is nagkaroon po ng pagkakataon na maisama natin at mabigyan po sila ng kaukulang livelihood opportunity through this HOCCI project po. And then, ang pinaka-highlight po dun sa pagkakabuo ng aming framework plan is siguro po si Calapan City ang nauna po na nagkaroon po ng interest sa EPR readiness. So kaya po sa framework plan po ng aming si POA-ML is number 6 po is napasama po yung pagkakapacity at magkaroon kami ng EPR readiness po. So sa mga darating pong panahon is ito na po yung tututukan namin para po, kasi po nung nakakausap po namin si Sir Crispian Lau, nagkaroon ng interest ang Calapan City na sana is magkaroon talaga ng plastic footprinting through EPR activities po. And then next slide please. So ito rin pahapiyaw lamang po na through the experience po sa pag-organize namin ng mga iba't ibang grupo, yun pong aming paleros, yun pong women sector po namin, at nabigyan po namin sila ng mga livelihood projects. For instance, yun pong mga kababaihan sa aming sanitary landfill at saka po yung ilang informal waste pickers na nakapalibot sa aming sanitary landfill is binigyan namin sila ng pagkakataon ng livelihood opportunity for handbag making or eco bags making. At the same time po rin, establish din po namin ang redemption centers, 5 redemption centers na pipiliin namin mula po dun sa mga coastal barangays namin kung saan dito po gaganapin or magkakaroon ng barteran dun po sa mga residual waste with potential. So ito po yung mga foil packs ng mga Nescafe or other mga chichirya natin kung saan ang barteran po or ang palitan ay from trash to bigas. So ito po ay isa sa mga strategies na nakuha namin, na-identify. It's because we are looking forward na hindi na po talaga mag-e-end sa marine environment ang atin pong mga plastics. So ayan po. Ano po yung mga naging kwan po? Sa proseso po is, nagkaroon po, ano po yung mga opportunities along the process hanggang ma-finalize namin at ma-adapt po sa Sangguniang Panglungsod ang aming City Plan of Action on Marine Litter. So ito po yung nagbukas ng opportunity in the form of different livelihood projects sa ating mga informal waste pickers, dun po sa mga paleros natin, and even the kababaihan po natin sa sanitary landfill. Nagkaroon po sila ng pagkakataon na maging bahagi at magkaroon ng social enterprise projects. Ito po is under pa rin sa management po nga nung organization ng CKP. At the same time po is nagkaroon ng waste diversion and recovery, which is a key to resiliency for them, for these vulnerable groups. Kasi po na-improve po yung materials recovery system po natin, at the same time po is nagkaroon po ng resource efficiency because we're looking forward na zero waste contribution po ang City of Calapan sa ating Philippine waters by 2040. Next slide po. Medyo papaspasan ko na po ito. So ito lang po yung ilang mga challenges na face namin during the course of from drafting to finalizing the CIPOA ML of Calapan City. So na-introduce po namin yung concept ng marine litter. Napakahirap din po pala. Sa bagay po, siguro lahat ng mga cities or municipalities na-experience po na pag-usapin ng basura, ang hirap ibenta. Ang hirap ibenta sa barangay, ang hirap magpasunod sa barangay. So ilan din lang po yun sa mga challenges na aming na-face during the course of finalizing the CIPOA ML. So yung mind setting, and of course, kasi po dapat magkaroon ng intensive at saka continuous po yung ating information campaign drive para po eventually magkaroon ng behavioral change towards 3Rs. Pero ito po naman, once na maipayakap na natin sa ating mga stakeholders is magiging sistema na po ito ng kanilang pagkatao. Pero po sa Calapan City naman po is hindi man po 100% pero masasabi po namin na marami po sa mga Calapeños is mulat na ang kaisipan sa wastong pamamahala po ng ating mga basura at even lahat po kami is takot din kami na mag-e-end up at mapupulyot din ang aming marine environment. So yung pagdating po naman doon sa accumulation ng residual plastic film, ayun po, medyo nagkaroon po ng Shopee, nagkaroon po ng Lazada, and then yung pandemic po natin, naging dependent po tayo sa delivery lamang po. Lumaki po talaga yung volume ng mga basura na na-generate ngayon pong taong ito. So yung pagdating po naman sa compliance ng 9003 po, kasi po, pinag-uusapan na, parang nabanggit ko kay Ms. Ro, na tayo po nasa local government units at the local level. As much as possible, pinipilit nating sundin kung ano pong ibinababa sa atin ng national government. Pinipilit po nating maging 100% compliant. So sana po din is, sir, sa national government is makita din yung efforts ng mga LGUs na talagang pinipilit na ma-implement lahat po ng mga, lalo na batas, specifically ito pong RA 9003, para po naman is maging magkaroon ng matiwasay, lahat po, buo tayo sa buong Pilipinas. Ano po yung isa dito sa punto ko? Sabi ko kasi po, dati pinipilit kami na kasi kailangan na naming makapag-establish ng SLF. And then all the while, bakit ang dami pa rin walang SLF? Pero po, sa 9003, sir, di ba, dapat po is sarado na yung mga, ang residual containment area po is dapat 2 years lang. Pero siguro, social consideration din po siguro, dahil hindi naman nga po lahat ng mga munisipyo at lungsod is may kakayanan din po talaga makapagtayo ng SLF. Yes po, pero pwede naman po i-cluster. Ano po, ito po yung nabanggit ko lang. Ano po? Sa logistics side naman po, napakahirap ng isang island city po. So yung amin, lalo na po pagdating po sa mga electronic waste, pero kami po sa pagdating sa hospital waste, talaga pong siniship lahat ng mga hospital waste. At ipinatitreat po yun sa accredited treater po. Pero ngayon po, medyo naiipon yung mga electronic waste namin at burden po na city government yun dahil po wala pa choice. Buti pang Bicol Region, sir, meron na silang fund for yung pagkuha ng electronic waste. Meron na po sila ngayong system at hopefully kami rin po sana sa Mimaropa Region. Dahil nga po island provinces, kasi ang hirap pong i-ship para po maibigay sa accredited treater po. Para hindi po siya, ma-dispose po properly yung mga those type of waste. Next po. Ito na po yung pinaka magandang kwan po, pag-share po kung ano po yung mga natutunan namin. Mula po sa pagda-draft hanggang maipa-finalize namin at mapa-adapt namin sa sangguniang panlungsod itong si POA-ML na to po. So, of course, yung livelihood opportunities na naibigay natin sa vulnerable groups natin, yung sinasabi ko po nga kanina, yung ating mga garbage collectors na na-establish natin at nagkaroon sila ng nabuo into an organization, and then the women's sector, and ating informal waste pickers na nakatira sa paligid ng sanitary landfill, nagkaroon po sila ng livelihood opportunities through this project. And then, hindi mabasa. Opo, yes po, kami po sa amin sa loob ng aming opisina and other members ng technical working group and other employees sa City Government of Calapan, marami po kaming natutunan technically and socially. Marami kaming natutunan. Lalong-lalo na po itong global tool na ginamit namin na malaki rin pong advantage pag po ating yun po yung ating malo-localize na gagamitin na. Pero nabanggit nga rin po ni Ma, meron din pong ibang hindi na-cover yung WACT po. And then, ito po, yung EPR Readiness of Calapan City, siguro po isang napakagandang opportunity po sa amin na magkakaroon po ng footprinting yung ating pong mga plastics para po. Yes po, ang pinakakwan po nito is diversion and recovery po, waste diversion and recovery. So eventually, makuha na po siya, parang IS po ba, meron na tayo pong ma-accredit na po yung ating plastic waste. Yes po, opo, nabanggit ni Sir Yusek kanina. So with that po is, nagpapasalamat ang Calapan City sapagkat isa po kami sa local champion na, yung isa po, yun muna previous, na sa pagpupursu po nung ating natapos na City Plan of Action on Marine Litter ay magkakaroon po talaga ng holistic approach on the prevention, reduction, and management of marine plastic litter. Hindi lamang po sa lungsod ng Calapan, and sana nga po yung katulad ng tinatanong nila kung ito po ba ay gagawin ng ibang mga LGUs din, hopefully sana is magkaroon din ito ng isang national policy, national maging. Kasi po talaga pong iba rin po yung approach ng localizing the NPOA. Kahit po, ako sa tingin ko, may personal note po kasi kahit po meron tayong solid waste management plan, pero yung iba po kasi ini-incorporate na nga po doon, which is pwede naman po. Pero ang tingin ko, on my personal note nga po, is mahalaga rin po may sarili po, may sariling entity, CCPOA po, para po mas ma-implement siya, hindi lamang po dahil nakapasok siya sa City Solid Waste Management Plan, hindi po lamang ganun, kundi may sarili siyang entity na i-implement siya, it's because iba po rin kasi ang approach ng pagkakaroon po ng ating kanya-kanyang plan of action on marine litter. And with that, Happy World Cities Day po. Thank you. Kanina pa po silang nagtataas ng papel. 2 minutes, 1 minute. Pressure po. Hindi ko tuloy na-share yun po yung Green City program ni... Yes po, meron pa... Okay po, sige po. Mamaya na lang po siguro ang Madam Mayora na magpe-present nun. Ano po? Maraming pong salamat. At kung may katanungan po, naandito po ang aming City Endro para sagutin ang inyong mga katanungan. Thank you po. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beth Abogado of Calapan City. Now, may we call on Mr. Rafael Bermejo, President of Bantay Dagat Volunteer Association of Davao.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Can we put the first slides? Yeah. 10 minutes ito and 1 hour. All right. By the way, I am Rafael E. Bermejo. I am the president of Bantay Dagat Volunteers Association of Davao. But I will be representing also the city of Davao for the whole day activity today. All right? So we are into mobilizing stakeholders for marine plastic litter reduction. The photo shows that these are the Bantay Dagat volunteers of Davao City. Hindi ko na nilagay yung Mount Apo. Okay, so next slides. Okay, so to give you a brief view of Davao City, Davao City once the biggest city of the world in terms of land area. We are 2,443.61 square kilometers with a population of 1,776,949. That is according to our 2020 census. If we're going to divide it with the land area, each square kilometer has inhabitants of 727, right? So we composes around 182 barangays, right? 122 of whom are urban areas. And then, of course, we have 30 barangays as our coastal barangays. And from the north, if you will measure it from the north going to the south, it's 60.1 kilometer stretch yung aming shoreline, right? So the rest is reeds. So we have 10 major river outfalls. I did not count the creeks and canals. So our Davao Gulf is 5,200 square kilometers, that is about 2,000 square miles. That is why Davao City really considers city plan of action for marine litters important because we have marine inhabitants also to protect other than our source of food. Okay, so we are in partnership with UN Habitat. Thank you so much pala with Sir Chris and Sir Bolt. We are in partnership with them, no, especially with the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative Program. So we have actually signed an agreement of cooperation recently, no, between the HOCCI and the city government of Davao. So part of the activity launched by the partnership was to conduct the waste analysis and characterization study that was done, I think, during the month of February, if I'm not mistaken. And we analyzes every Saturday, our weekly clean-up program in Davao City. We presented it to HOCCI and one of their consultants, the Ridge to Reef environmental consultants. So we come up with this data below. Our weekly trust for plastics comprises of 24% of the total waste. So ang daming plastic sa Davao City. All right? So what the city is doing to protect its marine life in relation to the National Plan of Action on Marine Litters. Next slide, please. First, before the agreement on cooperation, our then mayor, now Vice President Sara Duterte, issued an executive order number 5, series of 2017, that was signed actually February 15, an order creating and organizing the Interim Ancillary Services Unit. The purpose of it was to address problems and concerns arising from illegal occupation of sidewalks, ensure the unobstructed use by pedestrians of the same, regulate vendors thereon, summarily remove illegal sidewalk vendors, structures or occupants, and such other functions as may be necessary to attain the objectives. Why I am including all this in my report today. And another function, it has something to do with marine litter later on. Another function of the Ancillary Services Unit is to act as drainage and maintenance unit, tasked to clean up drainage network in the city, to remove structures situated thereon, and be responsible for the, and ensure at all times the normal functioning of the drainage system to prevent flooding and other unwanted effects. You know, our mayor, then mayor, Inday Sara Duterte, recognizes the two big sources of this marine litter. One is the urban canals and creeks. And the second is, of course, the waste coming from the 30 coastal barangays. So she formally put in place this Ancillary Services Unit precisely because she wants to clean up our open canal especially, and to remove all the illegal structures on top of the canal to avoid and to further or to reduce waste plastic created by these vendors and their markets. Right? So these are important creations of the city government of Davao in terms of reducing our marine litters. And then to aid with this legislation, the mayor also created and issued another executive order number 41 series of 2017, declaring every Saturday mornings of every month as the sea coast and riverbanks cleanup time in all pertinent barangays of Davao City. So to aid this Ancillary Services Unit demolition team and Canal Brigade, she created another executive order to organize a Bantay Dagat volunteers. So presently, Davao City has 350 strong volunteers doing a cleanup drive in our shores and riverbanks every Saturday morning, beginning 6 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock in the morning. So, question is, are they getting paid? Yes. The city government is paying these 300 people working every Saturday. They receive 1,000 remuneration or honorarium every Saturday morning. Okay? So, the executive order leads to the deployment of 350 Bantay Dagat. And it is active today. So we organized that Bantay Dagat into an association. And that association now is the community partner of the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities in this in their endeavor to clean up the shore of Davao City, if not to eradicate totally the marine pollution. Okay, so to aid, next slide, yeah, to aid that legislation, the city government created or enacted City Ordinance number 050021, series of 2021, an ordinance regulating the sale, distribution and use of single-use plastics in the city of Davao. I think we pioneered this legislation. No? So recently, the sibling, the younger brother, our mayor now, Sebastian Duterte, recently issued another order, no? Number 53 series of 2022. This order is to reconstitute the Davao City Ecological Solid Waste Management Board to do and develop, among other things, the City Ecological Solid Waste Management Plan, and shall ensure the long-term management of solid waste as well as integrate the various solid waste management plan strategies of the barangays in the city. I portrayed the photo there of during the time of the creation of the no single-use plastics, no, by then Mayor Inday Sara Duterte. So undeniably, this progression of mandates and legislation will ultimately reach to the adoption and enactment of Davao City Plan of Action on marine litters, hopefully in the near future. Na abutan lang tayo ng bagong mga legislators, right? But yeah, next slide. We have challenges. While we keep on strengthening our advocacy for garbage-free riverbanks and coastal areas, enactment of supplementary policy remains a challenge for Davao City. So we acknowledge the immediate adoption of the city's plan of action on marine litters, no, as part of the necessary program to reduce marine pollution. Another challenge is the establishment of the system for plastic bottles and the enhancement of waste collection coverage in coastal barangays. Though we have the solid waste disposal in place now in Davao City, we don't have a dedicated collection area of our plastic waste. Okay? So, medyo kailangan talaga natin i-devote yung ating effort to really eradicate this plastic waste that usually pollute our oceans and rivers. So we appreciate really the works of UN Habitat, especially the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities for this matter. Okay, so what are the opportunities and lessons learned during the process? So briefly, Davao City is with 5 other cities who signed the Agreement of Cooperations between the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative, a program implemented, as we know, by the UN Habitat to pioneer efforts to localize the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter with overall goal to reduce marine plastic pollution in the Philippines. By the way, the previous picture shows that the consultant of HOCCI and UN Habitat in Davao City, the Ridge to Reef environmental consultant, is lobbying with the representative of our city council, Councilor Tech Ocampo. Now we recently sat down with him to discuss all the white papers given to us by UN Habitat and the HOCCI for immediate, of course, legislation to make it a regular ordinance in Davao City. So part of the solution needed is to create a circular economy for plastic in the establishment of recycling of plastic, turning waste into construction materials. Walang photo dito because I'd like to make emphasis that the Bantay Dagat volunteers was endorsed by the city government of Davao to be the community partner of HOCCI in establishing the said Plastic 3R pilot projects entitled The Production of Construction Materials, an Innovative Technology of Plastic Waste Facilities to Sustain Plastic 3R Enterprise through a sustainable Plastic 3R enterprise development in Davao City. Consequently, on August 21, this Bantay Dagat Volunteers Association and HOCCI formally signed a community agreement indicating that funds to back the project amounting to $96,000, $96,154,000 will be downloaded in favor of the association. That's why we are very fortunate, no, to the government of Japan, who granted us this amount to start with our endeavor. A round of applause for them, please. So it's good to note, really, that in Davao City, it is the local government unit itself inspire us and the people to take care of the environment. Next slide, we will show you where this Japan government money goes. So I will just show you some photos of the machineries needed of our social enterprise to make all this marine litter into productive construction materials. So this is where the 5 million peso will go to establish this, to buy for this. Number one, of course, the plastic shredder. We have here also a bottle crusher. We need it to make a concrete hollow blocks, no, out from plastic and bottle wastes gathered from our shores and riverbanks. So yan po yung mga equipment. Other than that, we also want to put up a structure where we can produce our output, the hollow blocks and bricks. So to conclude, our challenge now is to look for, of course, their marine litters. We will crush it through this equipment and press it with the adhesive and the concrete, cement, and finally share it back to them as eco block and bricks. Of course, for sale to sustain and support this noble endeavor. And not until you have a question, we will continue to present, no, to answer your queries. So thank you very much and good morning. I am Rafi from Bantay Dagat Volunteers Association of Davao. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Rafi of Bantay Dagat Volunteer Association of Davao. So in a while, we will have time for our question and answer. But first, since we've concluded our first 3 presentations, maybe we could hear first a panel reactor, now whom we have invited from our NGA cluster leads. And we will begin with DSUD, or the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. We have Director Miles A. Rivera of the Environmental, Land Use, and Urban Planning and Development Division. Bureau of the DSUD.
Good morning, everyone, and happy World Cities Day. And I'd like to congratulate the UN Habitat DNR and all the local government units who have made this event happen. No? Congratulations dun sa ating mga presenters for and the local government units, no, who have shared their significant, noteworthy initiatives towards addressing this perennial problem on marine litter, no? It's an island country, di ba? This is very important to us, no? Kailangan na masakit, no, kung magbi-beach ka, you know. I remember when I live in Cavite, and I remember many years ago, nung bata pa ako, yung lugar ng Tanza, that areas in Bacoor, these are prime beach areas. Pero ngayon, di ka na makapaligo because basura na eh. Burak, basura. So, we don't want to, we don't want this happening to our mga favorite beaches, no? Kudos to DNR for, you know, what you have done in Boracay. Very noteworthy yun. And I hope that, together with the DSUD, we can work together, no, to make sure that when tourism development happens, informal, settlements follow. No, so it's important that as we allow the development of these coastal areas for whatever purpose, for settlements development, we have to plan well, no? And so that we'll be able to realize ahead of time and plan for what would be the impacts of our actions to the development that we will introduce. Dun sa mga presentations kanina, may mga ilang bagay ako na natuwa. The first thing that I have noticed is the importance of leadership for all the local governments. The LGU were serious to tackle the problem, di ba? Hindi lang siya for compliance, there's heart. And it showed, di ba? Pakikita yun eh. When you implement a program, kapag yung local government leadership is serious, it may result. Because pinag-iisipan yung action. So they're able to inspire the people because they themselves believe in the cause. So I've seen that there are local ordinances issued, just like in Davao, there were local ordinances issued that show the determination of the local government to call for action, no? Admirable yung yung merong local ordinance requiring the barangays, the coastal barangays to do a river cleanup. So I think very important yung carrot and sticks. But another important thing is the value of information in education. I think yung information and education should be targeted. It should be, hindi siya pwedeng one information for all, because you have to be able to appeal to the interest of your target audience. Kapag nag-information dissemination ka lang, bahala na lang, hindi mo alam kung ano yung response that you intend to trigger, so that's parang baka, I feel that's useless, no? So we have to be able, you have to know your stakeholders, di ba? And tailor your messaging to them. So I think very important, the mention ng one of the speakers, yung whole of society approach, I believe in that, the whole of society approach. And when we mean whole of society, it involves everybody. We can start with the school children. Kasi yan, very pliable pa yung minds niyan eh. If you make them if you convince them, di ba? If you convince them, you will be amazed at how much influence they can exert dun sa kanilang mga magulang, sa kanilang households. Let's make the children themselves, the school children are advocates, no? So I think when we have to be able to integrate itong training na ito doon sa mga school education in a way that is non-traditional para effective. Kasi pag minsan parang lang, kung mismo yung teacher hindi excited, tas boring, hindi tumatatak eh. So we have that chance in the schools to educate children about marine conservation, di ba? And solid waste management in a way that will ang tawag dito, very dramatic, that will cause a change o transformative dapat yung impact lalo sa mga bata. And just dun sa ating ibang mga businessmen in the society, in the local businessmen or national businessmen, I think for everybody else, parang laging kung meron mang anong bagay, ang laging tanong mo dyan what's in it for me? What is the value for me, di ba? What will I gain out of it? So I think when you introduce parang programs, I think it's very important that we look at we have to study yung culture, yung values, and behavior of the community and stakeholders, so that we would know how to mobilize them. So kailangan matalino rin and strategic yung ating mga plan of actions, no? It should serve their interest. I suppose ipipresent pa yung tungkol sa baseline, but very important yung yung baseline. So you will know where you kasi pag hindi mo alam kung ano yung problema, ano yung extent ng problema, hindi mo alam kung tama yung action mo. So you have to be able to establish a very good baseline that will be the basis of your strategy. And your strategy should be you should be able to measure you have to have an indicator of your success. So alam ng mga tao, halimbawa sa barangay, ito po tayo dati, congratulations everyone, ito na po tayo, these are our milestones, this is what we have accomplished so far. So I think it will further encourage people na parang, yung effort ko pala, hindi nasasayang. I live in, ayoko na sabihin ko saan ako nakatira ngayon, baka mapahamak yung local government ko. But, I tried to practice waste segregation. In every change of administration, there is that, I don't know, merong for a week or so, or a month, merong pressure, they will not collect your waste until it's segregated. Pero you will be disheartened because at the end of the day, isang collector You have segregated, 4 yung segregation mo, tapos pagdating ng collector, sama-sama lang sa isang collection truck. So sabi niyo, feel ko parang naglolokohan tayo dito. So people are discouraged. So why would you want to segregate, di ba? We know naman na meron kang wala akong makitang materials recovery facility na malapit And I have so many recyclables. Anong gagawin ko dito? At the end of the day, to be honest, I resorted to just segregating. But I wouldn't know what happened to my waste anymore. Pero kasi I don't know where the materials recovery facility is in my barangay, in my community. It's nowhere to be seen. So I think kung alam ko lang kung nasaan ko i-drop yan, di ba? And the requirements, just like in other countries, I'm watching K-dramas, di ba? Even in their movies, di ba? In their series, they encourage, di ba, you will see them segregating their bottles, di ba? In every building, may mga segregation. There's a community doing that. It's already a practice na parang hindi ka cool if you do not follow this, di ba? So they make it an in thing, di ba? So, but kung hindi ganun, so it's very important to have a system. Hindi pwedeng sabog-sabog yung initiative. Kasi otherwise, it will not work kapag hindi maliwanag yung system. So, that's for solid waste management. No? There are a lot of things, but I'd like to congratulate yung ating pong mga local governments who have made a serious action towards addressing this perennial problem. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Director Miles. Thank you for emphasizing stakeholder management, data and baseline, communication plan, and systems framework. Time check lang po. We have 11:45. Please stay with us because we still have 3 equally interesting series stories
very
to tell you.
interesting. So let's move to the last 3 cities who will be presenting this morning. And as we call your name, kindly stand up po to be acknowledged lang muna. So from Legazpi, Engineer Neil Carreyo.
From Manila, Kagawad Welma Fernandez and Kagawad Catherine Gabriel.
We also have with us in the room our representatives from DPS Manila. We have Engineer MJ Hernandez and Sir Edward Padilla. And later, we will be joined by their director in a short while.
And from Ormoc, Mr. J. Betonio. Okay, we go straight to the presentation. We call Sir Engineer Neil Carreyo.
Of
Thank you.
Legazpi City.
Hello, marahin aga po sa Gabos from the city of Legazpi. On behalf of Legazpi City Technical Working Group for the Management of Marine Litter, let me just share a brief presentation on harnessing smart technology solutions for waste management and marine litter reduction. I will break down my presentation into 4 parts. First, I will share how Legazpi City was able to localize the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter through our SIPOA ML document. And then after that, I will share our ongoing implementation of Plastic 3Rs pilot projects under the HOCCI project, highlighting our technology-driven solution through our plastic hotspot mapping and activity, as well as our optimization of our solid waste collection and transport system. Next. Just a quick rewind po. Our SIPOA ML development journey started in December 2020 when Legazpi City was fortunately selected as one of the partner cities of UN Habitat under their Japan-funded Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities initiative. An inception workshop was organized for the NPOA ML to be introduced to the city. And then it was eventually followed by the creation of the city TWG for the prevention, reduction, and management of marine litter, wherein our office, OCNR, as the lead office, as well as other key LGU offices, as well as national government agencies and other stakeholders. In April 2021 po, we conducted a waste analysis and characterization study using the WasteWise Cities tool to update our waste profile on our waste generation, waste diversion, recovery, as well as our disposal rate. These data were then utilized during our SIPOA ML development. Next is we conducted a hybrid training workshop on SIPOA ML document preparation for the technical working group to be capacitated for the finalization of the SIPOA ML itself. And then next is the approval of SIPOA ML document through the local legislative committee and its integration into our MTPIP and then AIP. And then lastly is the signing of agreement of cooperation and declaration of commitment between Legazpi City and UN Habitat. So out of the long lists of programs and policies outlined in our SIPOA ML document, we selected 4 pilot projects to be funded by the HOCCI project and then with city counterpart. So I will just be highlighting 2 outputs. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Okay, so our first project is plastic hotspot mapping in riverine and coastal systems. This is actually under Strategy 1 of the SIPOA ML, which is to establish science and evidence-based baseline information on marine litter. Just to give you some context, here are some pressing issues on marine litter which really urged the city to conduct this project. Focusing at the local level, in Legazpi City, it was revealed that approximately 119 tons of plastics leaked into the river and coastal systems in year 2021 based on the conducted wax and waste flow diagram tool. And then based also on the study conducted by Relato et al. In 2020, microplastics were detected along the downstream of Macabalo River. So both national and local government agencies are really exerting efforts to address this marine litter problem. However, based on the principle that we cannot manage what we cannot measure, it is really important for us to have baseline data on marine litter, for us to have a deeper understanding of waste flows, as well as for us to propose effective and evidence-based programs and policies in marine litter reduction and management. So some of interesting and smart ways on how to obtain these marine litter data are through machine learning and satellite remote sensing. So take for example, in the countries of India and Bangladesh, a company named Ellipsis Earth provided extensive river litter data using drones and machine learning, which influence nationwide single-use plastics bans in these countries. So in the Philippines as well, UNDP PH, in partnership with Japan Manned Space Systems Corporation, built a remote sensing model to detect plastic litter in the Metro Manila river system using available satellite image data. In our city po, in Legazpi City, we adopt a similar methodology by using drones and a GIS software capable of object detection using AI technology. So we selected Macabalo River and the stretch of Legazpi Boulevard as our pilot areas because these areas are the catch basins of plastic waste coming from upstream barangays and coming from the adjacent LGUs. Next. So here is an overview of the methodology as well as the sample process image of the GIS software. So note that we are still in the early stages of our study. So the output can still be improved and hopefully we can able to classify the plastic floaters according to their classifications. Next. Another project is our solid waste collection and transport optimization using smart waste management system dashboard and staff tracker application. It's under strategy 4, prevent leakage from collected or disposed wastes. So as you can see in the diagram, Legazpi City currently has 2 levels of collection and transport system, as you can see in our ESWM implementation framework. In the barangay level, we have these so-called barangay eco-aids who collect segregated waste coming from the households as well as business establishments and then transport these waste into their respective barangay material recovery facilities for temporary storage. In the city level, our city dump trucks will collect these segregated wastes from the barangay MRFs and then transport them into our waste facilities. We have our sanitary landfill facility as well as our sustainable composting facility, both located in Barangay Bangkirohan. So this current system works, but we propose a much better and much efficient solution. We want to automate things using IoT technology and GPS tracking technology. So these are some of the features of this system. First, it has a trip scheduling feature wherein we can create customized and optimized routes for the truck drivers to follow for us to get the shortest distance from one MRF to another. We also have comprehensive monitoring and location of interest alerts wherein we can easily track and monitor all of our waste vehicles in real time, as well as reports data generation. So through the utilization of this vehicle fleet management system application, we can actually get accurate data of waste being collected from one MRF to another, the total number of MRFs serviced during the day, as well as if ever there are vehicles that needs maintenance. So here are the benefits. Of course, optimized waste collection and transport system, meaning lesser fuel cost, especially nowadays that the prices of fuel are soaring high. And then it also ensures that material recovery facilities are being collected regularly, thus minimizing waste leakage into land and marine environment. And it also offers accurate recording of solid waste data, prevent unnecessary side trips and idlings of truck drivers, preventative maintenance module to be reminded when maintenance tasks are due on all vehicles. So let me just end my presentation by saying that smart waste management is really the future. So through the use of technology, we can really achieve our goal of plastic-free seas and for us to transition into cleaner, smarter, and sustainable urban future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Carreo of Legazpi City. Now, may we call on our representatives from the City of Manila, focusing on the community-based organizations. We have President/Kagawad Catherine Gabriel and President/Kagawad Welma Fernandez of 3Ws and TESWA.
Isang mapagpala at makakalikasang umaga po sa lahat. Ako po si Kagawad Welma Fernandez ng Barangay 412, Women Ways Warriors, mas kilala sa 3Ws.
At ako naman po si Kagawad Catherine Gabriel, Presidente po ng Tagumpay 830 Waste Association o TESWA.
Nagpapasalamat po kami sa UN Habitat, sa pangunguna ng HOCCI, sa DENR at sa LCP dahil kami ay nabigyan ng pagkakataon na maikwento ang mga ginagawa namin sa Barangay 412 para sa 3Ws at sa Barangay 830 para sa TESWA.
Nagpapasalamat din po kami sa pamahalaang lungsod ng Maynila sa pangunguna ni Mayora Hani Lacuna sa pagtitiwala sa amin na ma-involve sa HOCCI project bilang implementing partners.
Ang Maynila po ay kilala natin bilang capital city of the Philippines. Nasasakupan po nito ang ilang bahagi ng Manila Bay at Ilog Pasig. Ito pong dalawang katawang tubig na ito ay madalas nababanggit sa mga pag-aaral ukol sa marine litter sa Pilipinas. Kung kaya't kinikilala po natin ang kahalagahan ng pagsasagawa ng mga angkop na programa sa ating barangay at sa lungsod ukol sa marine plastic litter at solid waste management.
Ang aming mga barangay po ay dalawa lamang sa tumataginting na 896 urban barangays ng Maynila. Sa laki po ng populasyon ng Maynila, nitong taong 2021 ay nakakolekta ang DPS Manila ng 1,676.43 tons na basura kada araw. Bagamat mataas ang collection efficiency ng lungsod o 95.77%, wala pa man po sigurong perpektong sistema sa Pilipinas, kaya mayroon pa rin talagang natitirang 4.23% na mga basura na may potensyal na maging kalat o mapunta sa dagat at mga ilog. Dahil dito, binuo ang Manila City Plan of Action on Marine Litter, katuwang ang UN Habitat, na ang layon ay zero waste contribution of the City of Manila to Philippine waters by 2040.
Ngayon naman po, magkukwento po ako ng aming mga pinagsimulan. Ang Barangay 412 po ay dati nang kilala sa mga programa tungkol sa solid waste management. Maging sa dami po ng mga gustong makipag-partner sa barangay dahil nakikita po nila na ang mga kababaihan sa aming lugar ay mga aktibo. Isa po dito ay yung nag-sponsor ng aming dressmaking training sa TUP at binigyan rin po kami ng mga tahian at mga gamit para makapagsimula ng kabuhayan sa paggawa ng mga eco bag mula sa katsa. So, dahil existing na po yung aming grupo ng kababaihan, pero hindi pa po kami organisado. Nung dumating po yung UN Habitat, ay gumawa po kami ng concept note at nakapaloob na doon yung ma-organize kami para makapagrehistro sa DOLE, LGU at BIR. Nag-training rin po kami tungkol sa mga tamang proseso ng procurement, bookkeeping at iba pang mga kailangan namin para mapatakbo namin ng maayos ang aming samahan. Sa aming proyekto sa HOCCI, makapagpapagawa kami ng sariling opisina at training center para sa mga aktibidad ng 3Ws. Itutuloy po ng 3Ws ang pagtulong sa aming barangay sa mga IEC campaign tungkol sa waste management at marine litter. Pati po, siyempre, sa pangongolekta ng segregated na basura. Ang mga makokolekta po naming PET bottles ay gagamitin sa paggawa ng super paso na itinuro sa amin ni Dr. Eduardo Paningbatan Jr. mula sa DOST. Sila na rin po ang bibili ng mga super paso na aming ginagawa para magamit naman nila sa urban gardening projects nila sa buong bansa. Isa pa po, sisimulan na rin namin ang produkto ng washable cloth diapers. Dahil nakikita po namin na masyadong maraming basura ang nagmumula sa mga plastic diaper na isang gamit lang ay itatapon na. Magiging fully operational na po ang 3Ws ngayong taon. Kaya magkakaroon na po ng regular na sahod ang mga kababaihang mananahi na dati ay kumikita lang ng pag sila'y nakagawa ng ecobag. Yan. Ganon din po yung mga door-to-door na kolektor ng basura at yung mga gumagawa ng super paso na dati ay halos volunteer lamang sila.
Sa Barangay 830 naman po, meron po kaming mga estero ranger, street sweeper, at barangay staff na nakikiisa sa mga weekly clean-up ng barangay. Alinsunod na rin po sa mga programa ng DENR at DILG. At syempre dahil gusto po talaga ng pamunuan ng barangay na panatiling malinis at maganda ang kapaligiran. Para kumita mula sa pagtulong sa barangay, sinosort po namin yung mga basurang nakokolekta galing sa clean-up. Kagaya po ng mga bote, gulong, minsan may mga sofa, cabinet, bakal. Lilinisin po namin yan. Tapos ibebenta sa junk shop. Yung kikitain po doon ay pinaghati-hatian ng mga tumulong. Dahil napansin po ni Chairman Efren Medina na nakakatulong po ito na makabawas sa basurang itinatapon galing sa barangay namin, naging regular na gawain na po ito. Meron kaming logbook para ma-monitor yung mga nabebenta namin at magkano na yung kinikita. Katulad rin po ng sa 3Ws, nung ninominate po kami ng DPS na maging implementing partner ng HOCCI, gumawa rin po kami ng concept note na may 6 na output na kasama ang pagrehistro sa DOLE, LGU at BIR at makakuha ng permit sa DENR EMB. Dahil mag-ooperate po kami ng community junk shop. Nag-training rin po kami tungkol sa mga pinansyal at technical tulad ng tamang sorting ng basura, mga iba't ibang klase ng plastic, at iba pang mga kailangan namin para matapos na po yung HOCCI project ay kaya, kung matapos na po yung HOCCI project ay kaya na po namin magpatuloy. Kasalukuyan po namin sinisimulan yung actual na construction, pati pagbili ng mga kagamitan na kailangan para sa MRF/community junk shop. Ire-renovate po namin yung existing na MRF ng barangay at lalagyan ng extension para may cleaning, weighing, and sorting area. Itutuloy po namin yung pagtulong sa weekly cleanups ng barangay at makikipag-MOU rin po kami sa mga condominium, commercial establishments, at offices within Barangay 830 para makakolekta po kami ng mas maraming recyclables pa nila. Yung kikitain po ay papaikutin para sa operations ng TESWA at bibigyan rin po ng sahod ang mga miyembro na magsisilbing manggagawa ng TESWA. Kaya nakikita po namin na tataas talaga ang average daily income ng TESWA members by more than 30% once fully operational na po kami.
Ang mga proyekto ng 3Ws at TESWA ay kinilala sa Manila si POA ML bilang mga aksyon upang makamit ang layuning zero waste contribution of the City of Manila to Philippine waters by 2040. Ito ay nakapaloob sa Strategy 1, Establish Science and Evidence-Based Baseline Information on Marine Litter. Strategy 3, Enhance recovery and recycling coverage and markets. At Strategy 10, Strengthen LGU capacities and local level implementation of NIPOA-ML.
Para naman po sa mga hamon na aming hinarap, una na po sa listahan ay yung pagiging bago namin sa mga proseso na talagang teknikal. Hindi man po kami eksperto sa ganitong bagay, kaya po, bago dumating yung HOCCI ay hindi namin naisipang magperehistro o anuman. Kaya laking pasasalamat po namin sa UN Habitat sa pagtulong sa amin na makamit itong mga bagay na di po namin naakalang kaya pala namin gawin. Pangalawa po ay yung COVID-19 pandemic. Challenge po talaga yung mga workshops at seminars via Zoom. Lalo dahil hindi naman po kami mga techie at marami rin pong delay dahil sa mga quarantine.
At panghuli naman po ay ang kakulangan sa lupa na pwedeng pagtayuan ng aming mga opisina at iba pang facility. Alam naman po natin dito sa Manila ay halos wala ng bakanteng lote na pwedeng magamit. Kaya po laking pasasalamat namin kina Chairman Efren Medina at Chairwoman Pilimoena Cinco na tinulungan po kaming magawan ng paraan ang mga kakulangang ito sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-partner sa mga existing na establishments at institution sa barangay.
Para naman po sa mga natutunan namin, kukunin na po namin ang opportunity na ito na maipaabot na panahon na para alalahanin ang kahalagahan ng pagtutulong-tulong ng lahat ng sektor ng komunidad sa usapin ng solid waste management at marine litter. Hindi lamang po yung mga malalaking kumpanya o institusyon, kundi pati ang ating mga simpleng mamamayan na malaki ang kayang iambag kung sapat ang suportang ibibigay natin sa kanila.
Katulad po namin, marami pa po sa iba't ibang lungsod ang may potensyal na makibahagi rin sa gobyerno sa pagsasaayos ng mga basura at marine litter sa pamamagitan ng pagtanggap ng mga grant bilang panimulang kapital. Kung kaya po namin, kaya rin po ninyo.
At talagang nagpapasalamat rin po kami sa Government of Japan. Otsukare sama desu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Dahil ipinagkatiwala po sa amin ang pondo para maisakotuparan yung mga programa na nais namin gawin. Kung saan, alam po namin na ito ay makakatulong di lang po sa mga residente sa barangay, kundi sa buong City of Manila.
At dahil dito po, diyan nagtatapos ang aming presentasyon. Salamat po ng maraming
salamat
sa
po.
inyong lahat.
Happy World Cities Day!
Happy World Cities Day.
Congratulations po sa TESWA at sa 3Ws. Sobrang nakaka-proud po ng...
Nakaka-proud naman. So, salamat po. Parang naiiyak pa yung ating presenters at yung project manager parang naiiyak. So, salamat po muli sa 3Ws and TESWA sa pagbabahagi ng kanilang kwento. And of course, to conclude our batch of presentations this morning, we have... Eto na, nasa likod ko na. Mr. J. Scotch Betonio of Ormo. Palakpakan po natin.
Hello, maayong adlaw sa atong tanan. Greetings from the City of Beautiful People or MOC City. So first of all, I would like to take this opportunity para pasalamatan po ang People of Japan and UN Habitat, thank you for choosing Ormoc City as part of the HOCCI project. So today, Ormoc City, through the Environment and Natural Resources Office, will tell you a developing story of building our experience to produce a local marine litter policy. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of our city. Ormoc is a coastal settlement west of Leyte Island, a gateway city to the Visayas Islands, and a coast center of the eastern Visayas region. The city is a booming economic center with investments on housing, commerce, and services. It faces the Ormoc Bay, a central historic water resource, and a resource for livelihood and site of biodiversity. In April 2021, through the UN Habitat's Waste-Wise Cities Tool, or WACTI, we were able to detect that there is a total of solid waste generation of 75 tons per day. However, from this, unfortunately, we are only able to collect 58% of that tonnage, while 32% remains uncollected. Plastics account for 5,200 tons per year, of which 73 is unmanaged, which therefore leak to drains, which is 4%, and water, 26%. Through UN Habitat Arcades shelter program, initial coastal plastic pollution is detected in Ormoc Bay. Using remote sensing, aberration on water surface quality is processed to detect possible litter. Next slide, please. Developing policies to advance marine litter is forwarded by our City Plan of Action in Marine Litter 2023 to 2028. The six-year plan intends to institutionalize the lens of marine litter reduction to city initiatives to increase waste diversion by 84%. Formed with multi-sectoral technical working group, the plan intends to support the solid waste management plan of the city. The plan aligns with the existing city policies on single-use plastic regulation and existing solid waste management plans. The proposed policy intends to tie up the marine litter aspect of waste diversion, segregation, and recycling or upcycling. Through the HOCCI project with UN Habitat and DENR, Ormoc City will build a marine litter policy that is, number one, action-based, to take on concrete actions of our partners, Department of Education, barangay government units, and 3 social enterprises operated by 3 organizations of waste pickers, fisher folk, and women. Number 2, experience-driven, to take on the actual learnings from the experience of our partners in facilitating and implementing marine litter reduction projects. And number 3, community-led, to rely on the capacity of communities in barangay level and organization level activities to produce on-ground and solid impacts. With support of $150,000, projects on recycling products, education curriculum mainstreaming, barangay planning, and web-based monitoring will inform the proposed city policy. To date, the project is working with the Department of Education, or DepEd, in mainstreaming marine litter reduction to the regular education curriculum. The marine litter kit, as we call it, will be part of grade school and high school science subjects by November 2022. Furthermore, we are able to support the legal accreditation of 3 organizations in the Department of Labor and Employment and the city. So first is our MEPA, which is our Informal Waste Pickers Group. They will develop an eco-break making enterprise. The next is our Fisher Folk Group, the NAFIAS, will be working on recycled products. And the third, the SWABE, our dominantly women group, will work on junk shop operations. So the last 2 that I mentioned will also have a zero waste refilling station. The zero waste refilling station is a business enterprise in the Visayas that tackles or combats the sachet culture. The organizations were given trainings also on organization building and basic financial planning. The business planning is underway and will receive seed capital to operate their chosen enterprise. Next slide, please. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is changing how we conduct our processes and approaches, just like the other LGUs and every one of us here. Developing a plan and its equivalent policy with restrictions can slow down processes, but it is also an opportunity to maximize our technological assets to still deliver results without compromising the quality. We are proud to be able to initiate and implement marine litter planning and projects within this pandemic. SIPOA ML process allows us to, number one, converge the parallel development objectives of diverting high volume of solid waste for a less plastic city with building social enterprises for livelihood for the most vulnerable. Number two, provide additional focus to our marine environment, both coastal and riverine, that are both settlements, economic areas, and biodiversity spots. Number three, demonstrate a wide-based, multi-stakeholder participatory governance on solid waste management. Number four, City Environment and Natural Resources Office are not only confined to the technical environmental projects, but further requires the following to deliver holistic marine litter actions. A subunit on organizing CBOs and POs as potent partners to facilitate marine litter reduction projects and SWM or solid waste management in general. A subunit that looks on technical methods such as hotspots, mapping, and HOCCI. Number five, there is a prominent strategic rule of the education system and barangay governments to be permanent actors of marine litter in influencing the general public. And last but not the least, articulate that the end goal of developing plans and pilot projects is its immediate institutionalization to systems and processes of the DENR and the city through a policy for its sustained investments and replication. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Jay of Ormoc. And again, thank you to our second batch of presenters, Engineer Careo of Legazpi, Ma'am Welma and Ma'am Cathy of Manila, and of course, si Sir Jay of Ormoc.
Thank you. Alam ko gutom na kayo, pero tatapusin natin ang first part of this morning session with the reactions, no? Marla, nandyan ka pa ba online?
Sa Zoom, yes. Miss Marla Agas of DILG, may we call her on for her reactions on the presentations. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me po loud and clear? Ayan, okay. So, ayun, napaka-ganda nitong opportunity na to, no, para marinig yung mga na-share ng ating mga LGUs. Bago po ako magsimula, no, gusto ko lang din i-take yung opportunity para i-show yung appreciation natin from the UN Habitat Philippines for continuously conducting, no, yung World Cities Day natin. And of course, to the government of Japan for enabling HOCCI o yung ating Health, Oceans, and Clean Cities Initiatives project. And ayun, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng mga presenters natin na nag-share. Sabi ko nga, ang sarap pakinggan kasi nakaka-inspire po para sa amin sa national government agencies. Napakinggan natin kung paano ginamit ng mga LGUs natin creatively, no, yung mga strategies and measures na matagal naman na nating ini-implement. Yung paggamit ng mga innovative processes natin and technologies, as mentioned kanina, yung paggamit ng mga remote sensing, no, para ma-establish natin yung mga baseline information natin which help yung LGU natin to find yung common ground and ma-pinpoint nila yung mga key issues and gaps we need to address in our implementation. Nabanggit din, no, yung pag-engage, no, ng mga community participation natin. Nakakatuwa, no, yung sa cities of Manila natin. So na-emphasize nila ano ba yung mga key roles o yung mga responsibilities ng mga bawat komunidad natin. Nabanggit nila sa kanilang sa kanilang ending note na hindi lang po yung mga national government agencies yung dapat gumagalaw, hindi lang yung local government units natin o yung mga nasa sa mga munisipyo natin yung gumagalaw. Pati po sa komunidad natin, meron tayong magagawa. Meron tayong mga pwedeng action na i-implement para po makatulong dun sa ating shared goal, which is yun nga po, for a clean and healthy environment. And as a City of Ormoc din yung pagkaroon nila ng mga i-issue ng mga local ordinances natin para ma-ensure na guided and ma-regulate natin and ma-enforce talaga natin yung kung ano yung hinihingi sa atin ng mga national policies. So at the heart of it po, ang pinaka na-emphasize sa akin is that we need to work as a whole of nation. So a whole of nation approach is needed para po ma-implement natin, magawa natin kung ano yung ini-envision natin sa ating environment. At na-remind ako dun sa ating sa mga napag-aralan ko din nung ako ay college pa lang, which is that everything is interconnected. So whatever sector you are representing, your actions, no matter how small, mayroon pong impact dun sa ating environment. So kayo po, kahit tayo nga ay nasa NGA, kahit kayo ay nasa LGU o kayo ay simpleng household lang, gaya ni Director Mes, may ginagawa siya as a household para makatulong sa environment natin. So lahat po tayo, meron po tayong role para po malinis at mapanatili na malinis yung ating kapaligiran. So kami po sa DILG, asahan niyo po kami, i-continue namin kung ano yung mga nasimulan natin at i-complement natin kung ano yung mga ginagawa na ng ating LGUs. So andyan yung SGLG, so i-continue natin ng provision of awards and incentives sa mga LGUs natin na highly performing sa kanilang mandata pagdating sa environment. Kasama din po dyan yung pag-conduct natin ng mga audits and assessment para po malaman natin ano ba yung status of compliance ng LGUs natin. Yung audits din natin po nagsiserve as our guide kung sino LGUs pa ba yung mga nangangailangan ng ano yung mga gaps sa mga LGUs at ano yung mga kinakailangan nila. So andyan yung mga capacity building initiatives din po natin sa department, and of course issuance ng supporting policies para po ma-ensure na yung national policies natin ay matatranslate paano ba siya mai-implement ng mga local government units natin. So kung paano ba natin siya na-envision and paano natin ma-encourage yung local action. So siguro is something na pwede niyong i-look forward for the next years. Our department is enhancing na yung ating action plan for solid waste management. So definitely, pag dinadraft na po namin yung ating action plan, isa yung mga na ipahamahagi nyo ngayon this morning sa amin, isa yon sa aming mga i-consider. This will serve as our inspiration and model para po ma-craft yung ating mga planned future actions for the department. So ayun po, kami sa DILG, kasama po ang aming colleagues sa national government, ang NSWMC Commission, assures you that we will continue to do our part, and we hope na hindi lang yung mga LGs natin dito, pati yung mga ibang LGs na invited dito, pati yung mga LGs na nakikinig. I hope you are with us along this journey. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat po kay Ms. Marla Agas, Project Development Officer 3 of DILG under the Bureau of Local Government Supervision.
Thank you, Marla. Punta tayo sa next reaction kay Sir Alvin Asis muna, Environment Officer of the League of Cities of the Philippines.
Magandang tanghali po sa kanilang lahat. Good noon. I will try my best to present this to you as fast as possible kasi alam kong it's really lunchtime na. No? So, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. So, the League of Cities of the Philippines wishes to congratulate, of course, the UN Habitat Philippines for their project Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative. Of course, with a lot of partners like the government in Japan and, of course, the 6 local government units. As we all know, cities have a different geographic and topographic features that will affect on how they manage their waste. So, iba't ibang LGUs, iba't ibang cities, iba't ibang priorities, iba't iba yung kanilang needs in terms of managing their wastes. So, there are cities that have strategized to manifest their local environmental governance. So, they are mandated, of course, to draft their respective SWM plans, which is duly approved by the National Solid Waste Management Commission, and they can also mainstream specific provisions that focus on marine litter management. You know, cities are based, let's say for example in Manila, local governments are open to opportunities for partnership. So one example nga is the city of Manila, and of course with other development partners and support groups in addressing the challenges of marine litter management. Tools for waste management Tools for waste assessment may support the cities and their locally initiated activities like the technology-driven solution for waste management ng Legazpi City. Not all cities have the same capacity in terms of addressing this problem. So it is essential for them to capacitate to introduce to new concepts like the marine litter. Of course, the local government units, the local chief executive, our mayors, portrays an important role in addressing in every step the city takes in initiating programs. Kung hindi naman tayo susuportahan ni mayor, hindi magpupush through yung ating mga proyekto. So another reaction is, I noticed that cooperatives and the barangay level, in each city may help to speed up the program. Kasama rin dyan yung engagement ng vulnerable sector, ng ating bantay dagat, especially if you are heard of the Sea, yung Fisheries and Aquatic Resource Management Council, and of course, the women. Baseline information, simple, complex, or complicated, is important in decision making. So regardless of how heavy or how simple our baseline data is, it's really very important. Assessment and validation of recovery and disposal facilities may provide the necessary data to identify the missing information in the baseline tool. So we need to assess first ano ba yung ating existing facilities, ano yung lacking, saan tayo magpo-focus in our future endeavors, ano yung gagawin natin in the future so that we can manage the marine litter problem in our city. The data on plastic waste generation data provide LGU with identifying priority mitigation action. So this includes maybe increasing the percentage of residual waste na nadidispose natin sa ating mga landfill or any other disposal facilities. And of course, minimizing the waste that remains on the land. The waste-wise cities tool assessment, like in Cagayan de Oro City, can also be replicated to other cities that may be independently assess their own waste with minimal assistance from other support partners. As we all know, cities are autonomous unit of our government. So kanya-kanya sila ng strategy kasi they have their own needs. At no one in our country ang nakakakilala ng capacity ng cities except themselves. Diba? So cities can also identify waste management programs for special areas like port. Let's say sa Calapan, mayroon tayong Calapan Port. And of course, may mga cities rin na may subdivisions, may mga condo, nabanggit rin ito ng Manila, and then markets, terminals, and a lot more. There are specific protocols and guidelines in waste management for these areas. Of course, one of the uses of this tool used by Cagayan de Oro City will be the formulation of the City Plan of Action on Marine Litter, which will eventually be incorporated in the updating of the 10-year Solid Waste Management Plan. Kaya yung Commission binibigyan na naman ng panibagong trabaho that we will ensure na merong marine litter component yung inyong plan. So magpupuyat na naman sila. Dati kami. kasama pa rin ako sa magpupuyat to ensure that yung 147 cities namin is talaga naka-incorporate na yung marine litter management. So it is also important, like the one provided by Ormoc, that yung community is really an important factor in designing the marine litter programs. So of course, on the legislative side naman, the approval of the City Solid Waste Management Board will ensure the importance of this activity. And of course, mahalaga dito syempre yung policy development. And lastly, in conclusion, cities in the Philippines can be a reliable partners and active implementers of initiatives in marine litter. The city plan of action on marine litter, like the one in the 6 pioneering cities, can prove that we can act globally and still provide a greater impact at the global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alvin, for a very comprehensive recap of good points from our respective cities. Let's have another reaction from Director Janet Cruz of LFDB DH Sud.
Magandang maulang tanghali sa ating lahat. Welcome to our visitors and congratulations to everybody who participate in this very significant event. My only reaction is, ba't tayo lang nakakaalam? And I think the lessons, the learnings, and the challenges being brought about by our panels of presenters need to be widely disseminated. Hindi ba pwedeng gawa ng TikTok ito? Ma'am Welma, Ma'am Catherine, ang galing ng presentation nyo, pwede natin gawing TikTok. Kasi this is a very engaging activity. And even though we are in charge of land use, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development is also in charge of capacitating homeowners association. Kaya ma'am, mga ma'am, sa 3W, baka pwede namin kayong gawing resource persons. Yes. At saka, alam mo naman ako, babae ako, mahilig ako sa tianggi. Narinig ko, gumagawa pala kayo ng bag. Oo, kasi I think this is also an opportunity for many of the government agencies, kahit ng DILG, to work together. Kasi you were saying that yung products niyo were being bought by DOST. Bakit hindi na lang i-network din sa amin? Yun nga lang, di ba bakit hindi? Kasi there is really a demand. Sa tuwing gagawa kami na event, gusto namin ng giveaway, syempre kailangan namin ng bag. Tapos ang bibigay sa amin bag, made in China. Ano ba yan? O di ba samantalang ito ay gawa ng ating mga kababaihan sa Tondo, ay lalo magkakaroon ng kabuluhan itong gawain natin. Para sa ganun yung sinasabi nating circular economy ay magiging na kaganapan na rin. So congratulations for the UN Habitat, to the DNR and all to the agencies. And thank you for our sponsors from the government of Japan. Thank you for this very wonderful occasion. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Dijek, our ever so strong partner in this hood, no? Strong partner of UN Habitat. And our final reactor, kanina pa natin kasama, actually, we've acknowledged his presence earlier.
We call ASEC Daniel Darius Niser, ASEC for Enforcement, Solid Waste Management, and LGA Concerns.
Good morning po sa inyong lahat. Napakaganda na ng mga reactions, konti na lang yung idadagdag ko. Nabanggit na yung circular economy, that is nakalagay na po yan sa ating Extended Producers Responsibility Act, ang definition ng circular economy. So, sinabi kanina na sana magaya ng lahat. I think naka-zoom naman yung ibang LGUs. So ang masasabi ko sa lahat ng LGUs na naka-online, gayahin nyo na lahat ng mga ginagawa ng mga ating mga presenters. Diba? Libre na yan. Libreng demonstration na yan. Libreng advice na yan. May proof of concept na kayo. Hindi na kayo mag-hire ng consultants and magre-research. Ito na po yun. Nakita nyo na. Gayahin nyo yung ginagawa ng Calapan City, Legazpi City, of course, Davao City, Legazpi City, and Manila City. Okay, ano pa? Ormoc at saka Cagayan de Oro. Alam niyo po, may kanya-kanya silang strength. No? Ang suggestion ko, siguro, i-combine nyo na yan, yung mga best practices na yan. Yung ginagawa ng Davao, gayahin ng Cagayan de Oro, ginagawa ng Cagayan de Oro, gayahin ng Davao, lahat na yan. Ang comment ko lang doon sa mga strong LGUs, of course, maganda yan na nakaka-perform tayo. Kaya lang yung top-down approach kasi is may weakness yan. Pag halimbawa nag-change ng administration, pag hindi na sustain yung program, baka mabago yung performance ng LGU. Kaya napakaganda ng approach ng Manila na ginawa nilang economic activity talaga yung ating solid waste management. And this is the time for us to really pursue yung circular economy. Kasi yung paggamit natin ng ating mga plastic waste and other waste and ma-involve yung mga communities natin, mga waste collectors, pickers, etc., etc., kumita sila dito, they can gain their business, they become part of the entire economy of the city, of the country. Napakaganda po nun. So, tuloy-tuloy mas magiging sustainable po yung mga ganong bagay. Pero sabi ko nga, i-combine natin yung mga approach na ganyan. Ang isang nakita kong isa sa mga talagang best practice dito, yung paggamit ng plastic sa mga construction products, no, kagaya ng hollow blocks, mga bricks and everything. Alam niyo po, dito sa Pilipinas, talagang ang construction material natin ay concrete. Unlike, for example, sa US, hindi sila masyadong gumagamit ng concrete, puro mga gypsum board and everything. Kaya pag tingnan niyo, pag nagka-hurricane, wasak yung mga bahay nila. Pero sa Pilipinas, puro tayo semento. Napakaganda na, napakatibay ng mga bahay natin. Kaya lang, nagkukos siya ng global warming. Alam niyo po kasi, mainit yung semento, nag-a-absorb siya ng heat. Nag-ano po ako sa construction, so nag-a-absorb siya ng heat, so kaya yung mga syudad natin mainit. But kung mailalagyan natin sila ng plastic, siguro kasi insulator yung yung plastic, baka magagamit na natin yung basura natin, mapapababa natin siguro yung cost ng construction material, at the same time mapapababaan pa natin yung ating warming ng ating cities. Aside from the fact, isa pang weakness ng concrete is pinapasok ng tubig yan. So yung mga firewall sa mga bahay, di ba, tumutulo sa loob. Ngayon, kung matataas natin yung plastic component niyan, siguro baka masolve natin yung problem na papasok yung tubig sa mga pader natin. So, employ natin lahat ng mga nalalaman natin, yung mga LGUs, yung mga contractors nyo dyan, siguro, let's start using yung mga construction materials na may incorporated na mga plastic na, no? Sa mga pavements ninyo, even sa mga hollow blocks na gagawin sa mga buildings nyo, even sa mga bahay na siguro gawin na natin. So yung mga LGUs na naka-online, gayahin nyo na lahat ng napanood ninyo, ito na yung opportunity ninyo, so that once and for all, we can put an end to this marine litter problem. Siguro in the next 10, 20 years matapos na natin to. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary. Sir, please join us here for
for our photo
quick
opportunity. And of course, we call on our dear presenters who have shared their best practices earlier from our 6 cities, Ormoc, Cagayan de Oro, Calapan, Legazpi, Manila, Three Ws in TESWA, and also we acknowledge the presence of Ma'am Kyle Amurao, Director of Department of Public Services, Manila. Please join us also for the photo opportunity, ma'am. And of course, Sir... okay. Reactors first, and then we will be joined by Sir Chris Rollo, and of course, from Government of Japan. Yes, sir, please. Please go ahead on the stage, please. Sir Alvin also of LCP, please. Dijek of DSUD. Thank you po. Yeah. Si Ma'am Kyle. Ayan. Dijek. Okay. Okay, may we call on also Sir Chris? And yes, John Paysan, please join also on stage for the photo. As well as the representatives po of our cities. May we also invite Quezon City, please, for our photo, and other representatives. Sir Willie, kasama po kayo. Yes. Please join po, of course. Ayan. Give us your big smile. Thank you very much, and that concludes our program for this morning, the first part of our celebration for the World Cities Day event this morning. So, later on, magkakaroon na po tayo ng ibang set of hosts. So, abangan po natin yung iba pang exciting activities na nakahanda. So, may we please return at 1:30, and our lunch is buffet style. So, please find your places in your line to avail of our lunch. Again, I am Iza Nazal Habonal of UN Habitat Philippines.
And I'm Ben Aguion of UN Habitat Philippines. Thank
Maraming
you.
salamat po.
up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Look outside, it's a snow day. See how the sun, the snow, the frost all collide. And there's no way I can figure why you'd spend all morning in bed. Look outside, the world's turned white and I've got a sled. Put on your woolly hat, pull on your socks and shoes. I wanna spend this snow day with you. Get up, get up, get up, get up. There's no school, it's a snow day. Let's get out and let's go play. I can't think why you would let a day like this pass. Don't act so old, let's go get cold. It's winter at last. Put on your woolly hat, pull on your socks and shoes. I wanna spend this snow day with you. The coffee's brewing, what are you doing? Come on, you sleepyhead. I'm tired of waiting, we should be skating instead. It's 20 degrees, the snow on the trees makes the world look like crystal. Icicles hang like silver meringue, and outside it's just blissful. I can't guess why you aren't dressed and ready to go. How often do we get a day to play in the snow? Put on your woolly hat, pull on your socks and shoes. I wanna spend this snow day with you. Tired of waiting, we should be skating instead. It's 20 degrees, the snow on the trees makes the world look like crystal. Icicles hang like silver meringue, and outside is just blissful. I can't guess why you aren't dressed and ready to go. How often do we get a day to play in the snow? Put on your woolly hat, pull on your socks and shoes. I wanna spend this snow day with you. I wanna spend this snow day with you. I wanna spend this snow day with you. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
It's almost Christmas time, everybody, and I can't wait. I left the lights up all year round. I just couldn't bear the thought of taking them down. I've been singing Jingle Bell Rock since July. All the neighbors look at me like I'm crazy, but I got a feeling that I just can't shake. You see, it's lasted 364 days and now I'm too excited, I can't sleep a winking. I stare at the snow outside my window just thinking, come on Christmas, I don't know why you're taking so long Christmas. Well, I've been waiting all year for you to get here, and I can't take another second. Can't you hear me begging? Hurry up Santa Claus, here's my number just in case your reindeer get lost. I sure wouldn't mind if you're early this time. So come on, come on, come on Christmas. Come on Christmas. Well, there's just something about this time of year. You can feel the excitement in the air. Everyone's hanging with family and friends, and it's making you feel like a kid once again. Steal a kiss under the mistletoe while old Bing sings let it snow, let it snow. The only thing that's left on my Christmas list is I'm hoping to catch a peek of all Saint Nick. So come on Christmas, I don't know why you're taking so long Christmas. Christmas, well, I've been waiting all year to get here, and I can't take another second. Can't you hear me begging? Hurry up, Santa Claus. Here's my number just in case old Rudolph gets lost. I sure wouldn't mind if you're early this time. So come on, come on, come on, Christmas. Hearts are racing. Thanks, everyone.
Faithful, joyful and triumphant, oh come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh come, let us adore him. Oh come, let us adore him. Oh come, let us adore him, Christ the Lord. Oh yeah, come on. Sing choirs of angels, sing in exaltation. Oh, sing, all ye citizens of heaven above. Glory to God, all glory in the highest. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore
proper word.
Charot. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so alam niyo na agad, di ba? Bakla-bakla na ako dito. So, hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our World Cities Day celebration. Hi din po sa ating mga taga-Facebook Live and also our Zoom participants. Ano? Again, welcome back to our World Cities Day event celebration, Marine Litter Learning Exchange, Planning City-Level Actions for Global Solutions. I am Reggie Santiago from the League of Cities of the Philippines.
And I'm Walter Acosta from UN Habitat, Healthy Oceans, and Clean Cities Initiative. And we will be your host for this afternoon program of the event. Thank you for the participants here at the BMB and in Zoom who are still with us, 100 plus strong. Yeah, for the second part of this celebration. And kumustahin naman natin yung mga tao sa Zoom. Can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up if you're
still there.
If you're still there and alive and kicking and is still interested.
Sana po ay nakakain kayo ng masarap. Masarap po yung ulam dito eh.
Huwag na natin inggitin
sorry.
partner, pero I'm pretty sure they already had their very good lunch also with us in spirit. Virtually.
In spirit. Huwag naman, virtually lang. So, this morning was very full, sobrang full-packed agenda natin. So, before we go on to the next part of our program, we'd like to direct everyone to the screen again for the message of UN Habitat's Executive Director, Ms. Maimouna Maud Sharif.
We have only about 87 months, 380 weeks, or 2,600 days left to implement the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The best way to do so is by ensuring our cities and communities are sustainable. These are big words. What I mean to say is that sometimes the solution to the challenges we are facing, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing conflicts, and climate disasters, is staring us in the face. At UN Habitat, we work with communities and city managers every day. Cities and communities have the power to help governments translate policy into practice. With the right tools, local leaders can take action on critical needs such as housing, climate adaptation, and safety. City managers very often engage the right partners and find solutions by working together with their communities. But going from local to global is a two-way street. We need all levels of government and all stakeholders to become partners. We need to work alongside each other to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the key to an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient global habitat, one where we live in harmony with nature. The theme of this year's World Cities Day 2022 is Act Local to Go Global. More than ever, we need to work towards achieving transformative change in our cities to build the future we want. UN Habitat has been at the forefront of localizing the Sustainable Development Goals. We help by continuing to advocate for practical ways to incorporate the SDGs in local plans, creative ways to collect and use data to inform decision making, and most importantly, provide guidelines to ensure wider opportunities for women, youth, and the disabled to participate in the making and implementation of action plans. Participatory budgeting being one such example. We also offer technical expertise to cities, train urban planners, and advocate for strengthening the voice of local and regional governments in the global arena. On World Cities Day, let us confront urban challenges and forge lasting transformative solutions by finding those solutions together. Let's act local to go global.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's our Executive Director of UN Habitat, Maimuna Mod Sharif. And of course, equally also important, and we are so glad that she is here with us, the DENR Undersecretary for Finance, Information Systems, and Climate Change, Yusek Annalisa Revuelta. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And yeah, so partner.
So yeah, we've had a lot of ideas on how to make greener, more sustainable cities throughout this whole morning. Kanina pa lang, 6 na agad na example. So we kind of asked Filipinos and around the country, what are your ideas for a hashtag Better Urban Future? So nag-respond naman sila. So please direct your attention to the screen.
Nais ko po magkaroon ng waste division method sa aming lungsod.
With active people's participation, responsive urban governance,
mas makabagong programa at advokasya sa usaping klima, sa climate change adaptation and mitigation.
Ng malinis at maayos na komunidad.
Ay wala nang maitim na usok, maruming usok.
Women-focused programs.
Gusto ko ng waste-free community for a better urban future.
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 Happy Urban October!
Ikaw, what are your ideas for a better urban future?
So, kagaya nga po ng sabi ni Ms. Janet Cruz from NISUD, baka kailangan na nga natin magsimula, maging mas in ngayon tayo. So, we can start from here. So, you can also comment your ideas on the UN Habitat Philippines Facebook post for a chance to win Urban October items. O, di ba? Magko-comment ka na nga lang on what you want from your urban future. May prize ka pa, di ba? Gusto ko rin, actually. Diba? So ayun, we were able to get updates nga po on the rollout of the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter earlier this morning. We've learned so much from our 6 partner cities on their planning their local actions to reduce marine litter.
And had an engaging discussion with our esteemed panel of experts, reactors, which was further enriched by questions and answers from our participants. So actually, what was your favorite part of the AM session, partner Reggie?
Actually, sa akin, yung getting to hear their stories talaga. Kasi coming from the League of Cities, syempre, medyo roughly alam naman namin kung ano yung nangyayari sa city level, ganyan. Pero pag narinig mo talaga yung kwento nila, coming from them, iba yung impact. Grabe talaga.
And ako naman, gustuhan ko, there's no one specific model. There's no one specific local solution. And kahit na minsan we're partnering with partner cities and communities, it's the same process. But ultimately, it's unique in a way, but different, but sometimes similar. But there are different solutions to each specific situation in each type of city level and yung stakeholders nila. So
I agree. 147 na pala yung cities sa Pilipinas. So 147 solutions din yata yung makukuha natin. Even more, di ba? Pero yun nga, we ran out of time earlier this morning. Very interesting yung mga presentations natin. So we just like to use this time to ask anyone from the group here, live at the venue or maybe from Zoom, if you would have any questions, you may raise them now. Nandito pa naman po ang ating mga speakers kanina, so they can still answer your questions naman po. Going once? Going twice? Kung wala naman po at shy kayo, pwede nyo pa rin naman po i-comment sa ating Zoom chat and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. So, again, super exciting nga kanina, di ba? Pero I think this afternoon, medyo mas exciting pa rin. So we'll be seeing the launch ng mga white papers and knowledge products on marine litter, led by, of course, the Healthy Oceans and Clean Initiative. We'll be hearing from our partner cities again. Nagkaroon ng emphasis earlier on how local chief executives are very, very crucial in in reducing marine litter. So mamaya naman, maririnig naman natin from them, especially on local leadership and their marine litter actions.
And also, we will be recognizing the 6 cities for their exemplary efforts in supporting the localization of the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter, which, even without any mandatory policies, they took it upon themselves because it's part of their priority and they see the need to address marine litter in their situation. So this is recognizing them for their exemplary efforts and later on so that they could be also sharing the story to the rest of the country and in the ASEAN or Asian region as well.
So to get this started, actually we'll be presenting an overview of the white papers and the knowledge product on marine litter. Ang actual na presenter po niyan ay yung katabi ko na nga po, so si Engineer Voltaire Acosta, Project Manager of the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative of UN Habitat. Papakawalan ko po muna siya as my co-host para mag-present po sa inyo. So let's please give him a round of applause.
So thank you, partner Reggie. So I'll be wearing my hat now as a presenter about introducing to you the policy paper. So we're not just working at the local level, city level, or community level, but we also want to bring their experiences of that into possible upscaling nationwide, or it could be possible use for replication of other cities. Just as a brief background, next slide please. We prepared a policy paper that answers the question, why there are so many IEC materials and campaigns already, but not all of them translate to behavioral change. It just raises awareness, but it does not translate to behavioral change. And in this policy paper, together with the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies and Save Philippine Seas, we tried to analyze what are the other factors, not just the IEC campaigns, that actually lead towards behavioral change. So that's if you want to read more, you can access that on the UN Habitat website. But this is really an interesting topic because for 20 years, IEC campaigns has been going on, but there are still big opportunities to translate it into behavioral change. Next slide, please. The other policy paper that we did was actually in anticipation of the passage of the EPR Act at the time. So we were both checking the 2 versions of the bills, and then we were analyzing the existing EPR-like structures in the Philippines, even without the law, like the plastic credit exchange or the proposal of farms. And we also have an environment and social safeguards because even policies might have unintended negative social or environmental consequences. So we tried to come up with the generic, what could be the directions, pros and cons, things to consider. It's not the implementing rules, but it's just an overall picture of how the EPR could look like. And in the just, equitable, and in a manner that leaves no one and no place behind. So we were just happy that when the DENR was initiating the process of developing the IRR, we were able to provide this as a feed to the discussions that are going on. But of course, there would be an IRR that will be coming up soon on November 13. Next slide, please. There's also an analysis of, we know that EPR is for obliged enterprises that are large, more than 100 million capitalization. But there are still things that even micro, small, and medium enterprises can do. Not siguro in a way that's mandated or mandatory by law that they have to meet a certain targets. But working with different MSMEs in the 6 partner cities, we were brainstorming what were the barriers, what are they doing now? They're doing now in terms of circular economy, and what could be the possible opportunities for them to participate in the process. Sometimes they wanted to do something, however, sometimes the enabling environment for them to participate is not there. So that policy paper is actually analyzing those particular factors. Next slide, please. And there's another one, Marine Litter Learning Kit. It's also available online. There was an educational material and different modules that was developed by Professor Takakura in Japan for use by Japanese school children. And then we also analyzed, okay, how can we make it customize this learning material that we can learn from the Japanese educational instructional system, and then customize it to the local situation. So we also work with the partner cities and communities, sometimes DepEd volunteers and volunteer informal educators that tested it and then enhanced the Marine Litter Kit. Now we have 10 modules that are available for facilitators and educators that they can use. One of them is how to categorize different types of recyclables and plastics. It's just fun and games. It's not very formal and technical. The other one is how to illustrate to school children about, microplastics being eaten by small fish, being eaten by bigger fish, and by the biggest fish. So there are instructional materials on how to do it, and there's a QR code that you can take, and then it's linked to a YouTube video so that you don't have to read it. All you have to do is watch the YouTube video. Next slide, please. So those are the 4 policy papers that we're working on. There are 2 more actually coming up. One is about the solid waste management infrastructure gap analysis, which actually a lot of NGAs are already requesting from us already, but we're still fine-tuning the numbers. But it's an attempt to analyze how much investments are needed for collection, recycling, disposal, etc. There's another one, which is our biggest possible material, but it's a guide on how to localize the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter. So technically, it's based on the experiences of Cagayan de Oro, Calapan, Ormoc, Legazpi, Manila, and Davao. So we divided it into volumes. One is about planning, which is actually we can do now because all cities already have the plans. And there's part 2, which is implementation. And we have implementation going on. So we'll see. And then all the experiences, we will jump back into 2 volumes of one guidance document so that not just the 6 partner cities could learn from it, but also the other cities. Not just in the Philippines, but in the Asian region also. So that's it so far. Those are the policy papers that we have developed so far.
All right, thank you very much, Sir Volt. A round of applause, please. Yes. Ako excited na ako makita yung knowledge product na yun. Ano? So, while I do the hosting muna, as medyo presenter hat pa muna si Sir Volt, ano? To present these white papers and knowledge products, may I ask, yes, Sir Volt, to take center stage, ano? To be joined by Sir Chris Rollo. Also, may I call on members of the HOCCI Project Advisory Committee, the DENR represented by USECTE, DILG represented by Ms. Agas via Zoom, and the League of Cities represented by Sir Asis, to come up on stage po here to present the white papers and the knowledge product. Also, may we also ask the Embassy of Japan represented by Mr. Tachikawa-san to join us on stage. Thank you. Quick photo. Yes, please. Okay na po. RK will be there to take the photo. All right.
So this is the package of the 3 white papers and the learning kit. And of course, as Volt said, 2 are still coming. But in the meantime, we would like to proudly present this to the members of the HOCCI Project Advisory Committee as our initial output of this project.
Okay, alright. So kukunin ko na lang yan kay Sir Alvin mamaya. Excited na ako mag-leaf through it. Sige, so ngayon, nakabalik ka na po ba? Tanggal na po ba?
Tanggal na po.
Tanggal na. Okay, so balik na po siya as my co-host for this afternoon. Ayan, sorry, naka-presenter hat pa po yata si Sir Bon.
Okay, so I'm back to wearing my host hat or co-host hat to Ma'am Reggie. Earlier this morning, we saw city presentations by our highly committed technical staff. This afternoon, we have a chance also to hear messages from our city mayors and on local leadership in marine litter actions.
To start off, we'll be presenting the message on behalf of Mayor Honey Lacuna of the City of Manila. We have with us today Ms. Kyle? Ms. Kyle Amorao, Officer in Charge of the Department of Public Services. Ms. Amorao, if you could please take the stage.
In behalf of the nation's capital, Honorable Mayor Maria Sheila Honey H. Lacuna Pangan, isang makakalikasang hapon po sa ating lahat. I would like to express our utmost gratitude, primarily for inviting us to be part of this momentous event. To United Nations Habitat Philippines, Program Manager Mr. Christopher Rollo, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Undersecretary for Policy, Planning, and International Affairs, and the HOCCI Chair, Attorney Jonas Leones, HOCCI Project Manager, Engineer Walter Acosta, League of Cities of the Philippines, represented by Ms. Elvisa Mabilin from Cagayan de Oro, Mr. Rafael Bermejo from Davao, Engineer Neil Carreo from Legazpi City, Ms. Ingrid Macabare from Ormoc City, and Ms. Elizabeth Abogado from Calapan City. To our Woman Waste Warriors and Tagumpay 830 Waste Association, and to the people and government of Japan, His Excellency Kazuhiko-san, Daisuke-san as represented by Tachikawa Junpei-san, First Secretary and Agriculture Attaché at the Japanese Embassy. To other national government agencies, partners, and guests who wholeheartedly support this great environmentally sound initiative, thank you very much. Truly that our burning passion for the protection and conservation of environment, specifically our oceans, will continue to proliferate. Marine litter is a very rampant issue nowadays, especially that it contributes a huge factor in pollution and in climate change. Manila was a gifted city, where the well-known Manila Bay is situated. Despite its majestic sunset view, unfortunately, this seawater serves as a catch basin for all the marine litter in Metro Manila, passing through the current of Pasig River and end up to Manila Bay coastline, resulting to a worse water quality and became almost inhabitable to marine life. However, the City of Manila is dedicated and will continuously participate and be involved in the significant undertaking to surpass the mountainous challenges in marine litter. In fact, we deploy teams daily such as the Estero Rangers for our 32 esteros, Baseco Beach Warriors for the Baseco Beach, and Manila Bay Team Mandaragat for Manila Bay. They are the hardworking groups that care of and ensures the cleanliness of all the water bodies within the City of Manila. We actively join and support events with regards to marine ecosystem, solid waste management, and environment conservation and protection. Our pledge to uphold the mission and the shared goals of Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities initiative will continue, as well as our unwavering support to the City Plan of Actions on Marine Litter that are truly beneficial to be reinforced as we fight this long-standing battle of marine litter and waste management. I hope that together, let us lend a hand as we gear towards a brighter future with a healthy and marine litter-free oceans. Thank you very much, and happy World Cities Day.
Thank you, Ma'am Kyle Amorao, and for on behalf of Mayor Honey Lacuna, very inspiring message also from the city, capital city of the country. Thank you very much. Now we have on our list, we have a message from Mayor Rolando A. Uy of Cagayan de Oro City with a video message. Please refer to the screen. Thank you.
On Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative project, solid waste management is complex and very challenging for rapidly growing, highly urbanized cities. Like Cagayan de Oro City, I am very grateful and happy that the UN Habitat has partnered with the city government for the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative project. This project has provided us with the capacities and tools to come up effective strategies to manage our solid waste. We have done some headways in solid waste management that serve objectives of the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative. Cagayan de Oro City was the first city to successfully complete the Waste-Wise Cities Assessment. In 2020, the Integrated Ecological Solid Waste Management Ordinance fully banned the use of single-use plastic, carry-on bags, or sando bags. This has effectively reduced our plastic garbage generation, open clogging drainage canals, aggravating floods. We are still working on pushing down the city's per capita waste generation that stands at 0.38 kg per day. We have improved our waste management with 92% ending up in our sanitary landfill, but 72% of plastic waste is still in our sanitary landfill, and our waste recovery is still low at 4%. 11% of our plastic waste are still unmanaged and retained on land and water. We will continue to push our waste management objectives until we can see that we have done so much in this aspect of environment management and Cagayan de Oro City becomes more livable. I will continue to challenge our city local environment and natural resources office to improve our waste management, and let me thank them for their dedication, tirelessly work for our environment. To further decrease our contribution to healthy oceans, the city participating in the Clean Ports, Clean Oceans, Improving Port Waste Management in the Philippines project in partnership with the WWF and GRIP Foundation. We do need partners like the UN Habitat and participate in projects like the HOCCI to cope with the garbage problem. We are fully aware that the garbage problem is transboundary and global in nature. That unmanaged plastics from Cagayan de Oro City may end up in far corners of planet. We certainly do not want that to happen. Daghang kayong salamat sa UN Habitat and the HOCCI project.
Mayor Rolando Clarix Uy. And I like what he said, that he will continue to challenge the City Environment Office. But it's really inspiring to hear from a local.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mayor Clarix. Mayor Clarix Uy is also the LCP Vice President for Mindanao. So next, we have, baka magugulat lang po siya, no? But we have representing Davao City, may I call on stage once again, Sir Rafael Bermejo, President of Banday Dagat, Association of Davao. Now, please give him a round of applause po.
Thank you. The second time around. In a way, to our partners in the localization of the national plan of action on marine litters, especially the UN Habitat and the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities representative, Mr. Christopher Rollo, the country program manager of UN Habitat, and Engineer Voltaire Acosta, the project manager of Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities, to Miss Jenny and Miss Lubel and other UN Habitat and HOCCI staff, and of course to the representative of Japanese Embassy in the Philippines. Good afternoon. To all the officers and technical people of DENR, the men and women of DENR, to the representatives of different LGUs, especially from the cities of Calapan, Manila, Legazpi, Ormoc, and Cagayan de Oro, to our guests to this early celebration of the World Cities Day, for and in behalf of the city government of Davao, especially the offices of the City Mayor Sebastian Z. Duterte, the City Council Chair of Environment and Natural Resources Committee, Councilor Tec Ocampo, Davao City Environment and Natural Resources Officer Engineer Marivic Reyes, with the Environmental Waste Division Chief Engineer Lacandola Orcolio, the Ancillary Services Unit of the City Mayor's Office of Davao, headed by no other than Mr. Paul Bermejo. Again, I am Rafi Bermejo, the Environmental Information and Education Coordinator of the Ancillary Services Unit of the City Mayor's Office. Good afternoon. Being recognized as one of the biggest producer of food in Mindanao, the city government of Davao acknowledges the need to eradicate plastic waste, particularly the single-use plastics, who leave the greater footprints in our rivers and oceans. As food basket, Davao City produces and contributes a significant amount of agriculture, aquaculture, including marine resources, not just for the city's consumption, but covers the consumption of the region, the nation, and even international demand of fresh foods. That is why all the collaborative efforts of the national and local government and other stakeholders in Davao City is going towards infrastructure development with emphasis on environmental protection and preservation measures. For Davao City, we already legislate the No to Plastic Ordinance of 2021. The Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources also strengthened their own Bantay Dagat to protect the marine life. They have this snow fishing season during the months of June to month of August to give time for the marine species, especially fish, to grow and to reproduce. Originally, the Bantay Dagat project of the city government of Davao was made to support our fisher folks who will be banned to go fishing during that period. But the effort was lengthened and even expanded to clean our shores and riverbanks. The most recent law created to support all our efforts to protect and develop the southwest side of Mindanao was the signing of former President Rodrigo Duterte of House Bill number 8930, an act creating the Metropolitan Davao Development Authority, of course, to develop, among other things, the collaborative development planning from the province of Davao Oriental, Davao de Oro, Davao del Norte, Davao City, Davao Oriental, and Davao Occidental. To develop the transport management and the solid waste disposal and management of the whole province. Flood control, sewerage management, urban renewal, including zoning and land use planning, health and sanitation, urban protection and pollution control, and of course, the public safety. In a nutshell, Davao City is currently doing what is supposed to be done, pending the actual legislation of the National Plan of Action on Marine Litters. We would like to assure DENR, the DILG, and the UN Habitat, and of course the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative, that indeed we are going towards the creation and adoption of the city's plan of action on marine litters. To end, I would like to leave you this thought, that life is there in Davao City. Thank you so much and good afternoon.
Thank you. Daghang salamat kayo, Sir Rafi, and indeed, life is there in Davao City as well. So regards na lang po kay Mayor Basti, kay Vice Mayor Kitain, and kay Councilor Tech Ocampo. Our next local leader who will share local leadership is also happened to be the League of Cities of the Philippines Focal Mayor for Environment, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Reduction. So very fitting that the city is also our partner city. So please welcome the Mayor of Legazpi City, Mayor Geraldine Rosal. Let's watch the screen, please.
That is why our activity today, and thanks to all our partners, are in the right direction to mitigate the current sad state of our oceans and marine life. The city government of Legazpi is well aware of the importance of having a healthy marine life, especially that it has a long sea coastline. We have not only conducted and continue to implement a regular cleanup of our shores and rivers to assure that our seas are clean and sustainable for marine life that abounds in them. We are grateful for this activity and for our partners who are always in us or in the endeavors to build a sustainable and livable cities for our people. I wish this gathering success. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. God bless.
Just mabilis. Okay. Just mabilis po, Mayor G. Rosal from Legazpi City. Actually, idol na idol ko po talaga yun si Mayor G. No? So next, joining us live via Zoom also is our LCP Focal Mayor for Public-Private Partnerships, Calapan City Mayor Malu Marillo. She's still trying to log in, unfortunately. So let's check it out later na lang po ulit if she'll be able to join us live via Zoom. In the meantime, she also sent us a video message. So please refer to the screen once again for Mayor Malu Marillo. Never mind. So sunod na po muna tayo. Let's check back later as well if she'll be able to join us later. So lastly, actually, we have, last but not least, from Ormoc City, the city of beautiful people nga daw. On behalf of Mayor Lucy Torres Gomez on video, we do have Councilor Bert Pades to be followed by a message from the LCP Public Relations Officer, Mayor Torres Gomez herself. Please refer to the screen once again.
Good day, a happy World Cities Day to everyone. Sending our heartfelt solidarity to all convening national agencies, local government units, and stakeholders today to discuss our marine litter agenda. We in Ormoc City are one with you on this endeavor. Ormoc, as a coastal city, relies on the marine resources of our Ormoc Bay and river systems, not only for our food security, but our marine ecosystem also enhances the quality of our city living. Mangrove parks are developed to be a convergence of health and tourism, while serving as natural barriers to storm surges. As one of our climate adaptation measures, Ormoc Bay provides food for everyone, but also a passage of diverse marine living organisms. Noteworthy also is the historical significance, the Battle of Ormoc Bay. These points compel us to protect, preserve, and conserve our waters. This is on top of our legislative agenda and financial programming. We commit to forward the City Plan of Action on Marine Litter supported by the UN Habitat through the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative. It has been included to our annual investment plan 2023 and will be included until 2028. The plan aligns with our efforts to increase our waste recovery efforts, including those that leak to the marine ecosystem. This also extends to our desire to provide economic livelihood for the informal sector and the most vulnerable. Ormoc Bay is a shared resources with other municipalities. Ormoc City positions itself as the metropolitan center of Western Leyte. With this condition, we seek to expand the actions we are doing here in our city to our neighbors. We find this opportunity to work with national agencies to steer intermunicipal planning on marine action and reduction. With the leadership of DENR, actors with marine assets can come together to effectively implement national strategies that happen here in our locality. We have a stretch of national actors from the Philippine Ports Authority, Philippine Coast Guard, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and various private and non-government actors. These people and agencies can come together to set up institutional coordination of a bay-wide action on marine litter reduction and management. We commit to be an open partner for this proposed initiative.
The beautiful and responsible people of Ormoc are proud to be one of the pioneering city champions on the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter Localization. We humbly accept this commendation and commit to be a constant partner of DENR, UN Habitat, and other stakeholders for the marine litter agenda. Ormoc is one with every city in the world that calls all the citizens to act in their respective localities and thereby create a huge impact in the alleviation of marine litter in a global scale. Marine litter is a global concern that every city must contribute, and we will remain faithful to this advocacy in words and in action. We, the Ormocanans, will adhere to the call. We are all stewards of Mother Nature. Hence, it is our responsibility to protect and preserve for the sake of the new generation. Daghang salamat sa tanan. This is Mayor Lucy Torres Gomez of Ormoc City.
Hello. Daghang salamat gyapon Mayor Lucy Torres Gomez and of course Councilor Pades for the message of being stewards for the environment. We are still trying to connect with Mayor Marilu Murillo who has some internet connections problems, but we can probably proceed. So let's give all our partner cities a round of applause once again. So Reggie, I think Mayor Lucy's message is a perfect segue to the next part of the program.
Actually, totoo po. In-intro na actually ni Mayor, ano? Because up next, we will be recognizing our 6 pioneering cities. With that, we may call back on stage Sir Chris Rollo of UN Habitat, Yusek of DENR, Mr. Alvin Assis of the League of Cities, to present the recognition, and also Mr. Tachikawa-san from the Embassy of Japan. If you may, please. On the Sir Chris, if you would please read the citation lang po from the plaque of appreciation. Thank you.
Yeah,
I will read the citation, and this will be the same citation for the 6 partner cities. So this is to recognize the city of, this time, Cagayan de Oro, as local champion for marine litter action, for pioneering the development of the city plan of action on marine litter in support of the localization of the Philippines' National Plan of Action on Marine Litter. Presented by UN Habitat Philippines in partnership with the League of Cities of the Philippines during the World Cities Day celebration this 28th day of October 2022 in Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Christopher Rollo, Country Program Manager, UN Habitat Philippines, and Maria Veronica Hitosis, Executive Director of the League of Cities of the Philippines, and also with the logo of the government of Japan, from the people of Japan.
And accepting the plaque of recognition would be Ma'am Elvisa Mabilin from the city of Cagayan de Oro.
So we will have the same citation, but this time for the city of Manila as local champion for marine litter action.
Accepting the plaque is the team led by Ma'am Kyle Amorao of the DPS, and please join us also for the DPS team. At this juncture, we'd like also to call on to join the Manila team. Ay, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, Barangay 412 and 830 and 3Ws and TESWA to join the entire Manila family. Thank you po, DPS.
The same citation also for the city of Calapan as local champion for marine litter action.
And to receive the plaque, on behalf of Mayor Malu Murillo, would be Sir Willie Landicho and Ma'am Beth Abogado. Thank you, Ma'am Beth. Ma'am, dito kayo sa gitna.
And we also have the same citation for the city of Davao as local champion for marine litter action.
To receive the plaque is Mr. Rafael Bermejo.
And we also have the same citation for the city of Legazpi as local champion for marine litter action.
And to accept the plaque on behalf of Mayor G. Rosal is Miss Engineer Neil Dominic Carrea.
And the last, same citation for the city of Ormoc as local champion for marine litter action.
And to receive the plaque on behalf of Mayor Lucy Torres Gomez is Engineer J. Scotch and Mamaricar Betonio.
May we call back on stage all the awardees po from all 6 pioneering cities? Sir Alvin, wag muna kayo umalis. Kasi, syempre, bilang Pilipino, group photo po muna tayo. Ano? So, may we call back on stage all...
Pakidala po yung mga plaque natin.
Yes. Para kitang-kita po yung mga plaques natin. Ayan. So, may call back on stage from the cities of... Yes, sa baba po kung hindi na po yata kasya dito sa stage, ano? From the cities of CDO, Calapan, Davao, Legazpi, or more.
Okay, so wow, this has been an enriching, fulfilling event. With everything we tackled today, parang kulang ang isang araw to explore possible collaboration, replication, adoption, and more knowledge exchange when it comes to issues on marine litter. And this will definitely not be the last.
Yes, actually. That's true, no, Sir Volt. This is just one of the many, many activities lying ahead sa city, as our cities work with national government agencies, the private sectors, development partners like UN Habitat in solving the pressing marine litter problem.
So exciting times ahead. But for now, let's give time to digest all the learnings for future solid action.
At this point, alam ko pong kahababa lang din po ni Yusek, pero we'd like to call you back, Yusek, on stage. Yusek Annalisa Rebueltate, Undersecretary for Finance, Information Systems, and Climate Change of the DENR, for her remarks. Yusek, te?
The floor is yours. Palakpakan naman natin
Palakpakan
si
naman po
Yusek,
natin. Ayan.
Maraming salamat. Isang makalikasang araw po sa inyong lahat. I'm sure you've been very tired for the whole day session. No? So, but let me first greet our partner from the government of Japan, Mr. Junpei Tachikawa-san. Our partner, of course, from the UN Habitat, led by our country manager, Christopher Rollo, Chris. Our LGU representatives who have shared their local actions on marine litter, colleagues from the national government agencies, present day to all of you. I'm very glad to see that there is really action moving at the ground. We're always saying that as we implement solid waste management and other environmental laws for that matter, we really need support from the local government units. The other day, I was invited as a presenter in the Swiss Innovation, and in that session, the private sectors presented their own initiatives also in terms of recycling, redesigning their packaging. And it's good to see that all areas of the various stakeholders are giving their own commitment and also initiating their actions. I think 2 weeks ago, the secretary and also the president attended or convened the multi-sectoral forum, multi-stakeholders forum on a resilience framework. Actually, what we're all doing here leads to establishing a resilience framework. So we would like to acknowledge the cities of Cagayan de Oro, Calapan, Davao, Legazpi, Manila, and Ormoc, who have put resource and waste management high on their agenda, brought local stakeholders together and developed their respective city plans of action on marine litter. I think the challenge now is how do we roll out and even scale up this kind of initiative. So we would like to thank our local champions for reminding us how local environmental leadership plays a crucial role in addressing plastic waste. So it's good to see our local government units and community organizations working hand in hand to implement our local action. So on the part of the DNR, we continue to commit issuing enabling policies so that we can support your actions and initiatives on the ground. And we're glad that we have partners like UN Habitat, Government of Japan, who provide technical assistance and support so that we can demonstrate local actions on the ground. And hopefully, there will be next set of cities that we can also support, and learn lessons from what the other LGUs here who shared their local action plans. So siguro maybe there will be a time, Voltaire, where we will gather them again, stock take, monitor their progress, what were the lessons learned or their gaps, so that later on when we start to implement the next sets, we will know how we can improve and enhance further implementation of our local action on marine litter. So congratulations and thank you on behalf of the DNR, Secretary Tony Loizaga. What you're doing is really very crucial and significant to establishing sustainable future. So maraming salamat po.
So it's fitting in proper, no? Kasi the garbage or the waste issue is not just a marine litter issue, but it's also a climate change issue. Imagine if waste are not being collected, it will cause flooding, di ba? So may resilience aspects and there's also mitigation aspects. So thank you very much for gracing the event, Yusek. Kahit alam namin kulang pa po kayo talaga sa tulog, pero gising na gising pagdating sa environmental topics.
Thank you so much, Yusek. And syempre, hindi po magpapatalo ang local governments. So we know that there are so many other cities as well who are championing marine litter actions just the same. And with the generous sharing of knowledge nga po and experiences from CDO, Calapan, Davao, Legazpi, Manila, and Ormoc, we're very, very confident that there will be many, many more cities that will follow suit.
Among the cities, I think we also acknowledge Quezon City who are with us. So there's so many things that Quezon City is doing also in addressing the garbage problem. Pakpakan po natin.
Special mention po, nandito po talaga sila live. Maraming salamat po, QC.
May adjective talaga beautiful. And Reggie, I think that's also where you are. The League of Cities of the Philippines would come in, right?
Yes, kami nga po yun.
Kaya naman, to give a message of support for all city efforts on marine litter reduction, we have live via Zoom.
We have representing our LCP National President. Let's check lang po if Ms. Veron Itosis, our Executive Director, is there on the call. Pasensya po, medyo nagkakaroon lang ng technical difficulties. So, on behalf of our LCP Executive Director, may I call back on stage our Senior Program Officer for the Environment, Mr. Alvin Asis. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Hello. So I'm the plan B because some technical difficulties of our executive director. Please allow me to read the message of support from the League of Cities of the Philippines. The League of Cities of the Philippines lauds the initiative of the UN Habitat and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources with support from the government and Japan on focusing on marine litter through the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiatives program. This year's theme, Act Local, Go Global, recognizes how local actions can contribute to global efforts on waste management. This will lead a greener, more sustainable and clean technology-driven cities. The League supports this initiative and will continue to advocate for more cities' participation in the program. Cities, as we all know, are the forefront of addressing the perennial problems of our ecosystems on marine litter. The program Marine Litter Learning Exchange, planning city-level actions for global solutions, highlights how cities can be the catalyst of change in marine litter management. In the Philippines, we have Calapan City, Cagayan de Oro City, Davao City, Legazpi City, the City of Manila, and Ormoc City are taking the challenge to develop and promulgate the City Plan of Action on Marine Litter. These cities are charting the course of these initiatives. They ensure that these actions align with the Philippine National Plan of Action endorsed by the National Solid Waste Management Commission. At the international commitment, these actions are aligned with the provisions of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a testament to the city's primordial role in improving the lives of their inhabitants. The Healthy Ocean and Clean Cities Initiative allows cities to act locally on addressing marine litter. This initiative opens up new approaches and technologies in support to local solutions for waste management. The experience of the 6 cities can be replicated and contextualized, putting on a premium on the local conditions in other cities to ensure consistent replication. This initiative has also provided substantial information in updating the city's solid waste management plans. The League of Cities of the Philippines fully supports creating platforms that will enhance the exchange of knowledge and experiences among cities. The member cities will encourage to collaborate with nearby municipalities and other institutions using the framework that HOCCI espouses. LCP will continue to advocate for innovative approaches and solutions that we can proudly share in national and global discourses. It is in our hands, dear city mayors, to work together to create a greener, bluer, and a more sustainable Philippine cities. Thank you and good afternoon. Yun lang po.
Salamat again.
Thank you so much, Alvin. And what a way to close as well. Ano? We'll be hearing from one of our last pioneer cities through a video message from Calapan City from Mayor Murillo herself. Please refer to the screen again.
To the UN Habitat Philippines, League of Cities of the Philippines, DENR, other organizers, donors, participants, and guests, good afternoon and happy World Cities Day. As a response to the ever-growing threat of climate change and the rapid urbanization of cities in Asia, the city government of Calapan has adopted a 10-year Green City Development Framework. Our vision for the Green City of Calapan is to become a premier green city with God-loving, economically empowered, and culture-rich citizens who are actively participating in good governance and coexisting harmoniously with the environment. Our mission is to initiate and sustain programs that create an environment conducive to development through transparent, accountable, and participatory governance. To attain this vision and vision, the Green City of Calapan Development Framework has three interdependent pillars: green economy, environmental protection, and equitable services. It pursues a competitive economic growth while ensuring that the development is climate resilient and people-centric. More than half of Calapan City's territory is marine, and we are fortunate that we are part of the Verde Island Passage, which is considered as the world center of marine shorefish biodiversity. Unfortunately, our sea, like in most parts of the Philippines and the world, is also constantly subjected to various stressors: marine pollution, overfishing, and overexploitation, climate change, habitat destruction, and poverty in coastal communities. So, we wholeheartedly thank the UN Habitat Philippines for selecting us as one of the 6 pilot cities for the implementation of the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative. Marami pong salamat. This project clearly complements the Green City of Calapan initiative, and the city government is fully committed to do our part in our agreement of cooperation.
Maraming salamat, Mayor Malu Murillo, and yeah, she's really passionate about the Green City concept because I think she's also a first-time mayor, so we really laud the environmental priority that Mayor Murillo sets for the city of Calapan. But partner, haven't you noticed?
Ano yun?
4 of our partner cities have women-led cities.
Yes.
Mayor Lucy Torres Gomez, Mayor Marilu Murillo, Mayor G. Rosal, and Mayor Hanu Lacuna. So we are gender balanced also. But of course, not discounting our male, para fair naman. Of course, Mayor Rolando Uy and Mayor Basti Duterte.
Yes. So we are now at the tail end of our program, and actually, kung hindi niyo po napapansin, kanina wala pa rin po akong group photo. So, wala pa ako sa mga group photos. So, if I may, if I can invite everyone again, and hopefully everyone po talaga to come back on stage for one last group photo po. Ano. So, isama niyo naman po ako. Gusto ko naman pong documented ako dito. Ano. So,
Sa closing photo
man lang.
And also, we'd like to acknowledge inviting Ma'am Chari of BMB. Thank you for supporting us sa venue, pag-prepare nito. Kahapon pa namin.
Super thank you.
Ma'am Chari. And of course, that from our admin team, from the UN Habitat family, led by Lights and Yen, and of course, from our secretariat. Salamat po marami. Please, everybody, join us on stage. And of course, ang aming panauning panagal, si Yusek, Annalisa Revueltate. Yeah. So 2 layers siguro, no? And yun, and sa mga hindi rin natulog, katulad nito ni Rohan, ko 30 minutes lang ang tulog niyan eh. Si Andrew, si Jenny. Please join us here. Come on. And pag ulit, sa bagay, gano'n na lang ulit, ano?
So stay on your table daw.
Stay on the table.
We'll try.
How to erase your body from out my brain. What you gonna do now? Maybe I should just focus on me instead. All I think about are the nights we were tangled up in your bed. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. You're going round in circles, got you stuck up in my head. Yeah, memories follow me left and right. I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. Your love stays with me day and night. I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? Ever since the day you went away, someone tell me how much more do I gotta drink for the pain? What you gonna do now? You did things to me that I just can't forget. Think about all the nights we were tangled up in your bed. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. You're going round in circles, got you stuck up in my head. Yeah, memories follow me left and right. I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. Your love stays with me day and night. I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? Don't you know you're the one that got away? And even though, baby, I'm still not okay. Did you know that my dreams, they're all the same? Every time I close my eyes, memories follow me left and right. I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do? Your love stays with me day and night. I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? I can feel over here, I can feel over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? I see you calling. I didn't wanna leave you like that. It's 5 in the morning, yeah, yeah. 100 on the dash, 'cause my wheels are rolling. Ain't taking my foot off the gas. And it only took me one night to see the end of the line. Staring deep in your eyes, eyes. Dancing on the edge, about to take it too far. It's messing with my head, how I mess with your heart. If you wake up.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We wish you all a happy World Cities Day. So, from the people on Zoom, thank you so much for joining us this whole afternoon. Hopefully, hindi ganun kaulit sa inyo. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
touch on nights when I'm hollow. I know you crossed the bridge that I can't follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I need more time, but time can't be borrowed. I'd leave it all behind if I could follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. Yeah. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. So if I can't get close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. I remember the day, even wrote down the day that I fell for you. Now it's crossed out in red, but I still can't forget if I wanted to. And it drives me insane, think I'm hearing your name everywhere I go. But it's all in my head, it's just all in my head. But you won't see me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you a bouquet saying it's a mistake. Drink my troubles away, one more glass of champagne, and you know I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But now I know a perfect way to let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. Here's your perfect.
Remember the day when you flew to LA, how we said goodbye. Ooh, and you begged me to go, but I knew that I'd only be taking up your time. Hope you know that I hate how I made you heartbreak, but you needed the space, so I pushed you away. And I'm happy to say that you're doing so great on your own.
I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But now I know a perfect way to let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say
the scariest feeling. Opening and closing up again. I've been hurt so I don't trust. Now here we are staring at the ceiling. I've said those words